Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream today. Let me get the video game on the screen for you. Hi, I hope that you have had a good Wednesday. As you noticed, I was not here yesterday and I probably will continue to do this and use Wednesday as a writing day because I got a lot accomplished towards the next upcoming videos. Hi, yes, so basically I'm trying to dedicate the entire day every week to just writing. Yes, Wednesday writing day, because that is what's gonna have to happen if I want to have videos where I think harder about the content. Yeah, and that was really productive. Like now, especially with FF14 videos, like there's a lot of research that has to be done. I know, thinking is super hard. Thinking, I actually do. So that's been really effective. Yeah, basically I have 2 big videos I'm planning for the 14 channel, and yeah, it's all good. I also went swimming yesterday. Nice deer. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's like very much my Christmas tree is still up vibes that we got going on here. Christmas is over, but I don't want to let go. I don't want to let go. I don't want to take my tree down. I don't want to get rid of all the cute little presents bags. Like I'm sad. But actually it's a little easier handling that here in the South, because we have Mardi Gras right after. So Mardi Gras helps ease the pain of putting your Christmas tree away. Hell, a lot of people down here actually just put Mardi Gras beads right on their Christmas tree. They take off the ornaments and put Mardi Gras shit on there. Yeah. The game is lagging a little. What? Are you sure? Look. Do you see anything? See any lag? V? I don't think it's too big of a deal. I haven't gotten any king cake yet. No, but I would love that. We do have some racks on deck here this morning, so I'll pull those up in a second. First, I wanted to get cozy because I have a situation here. Hold on. Let me fix my stream setup like I should have done in the stream starting soon. Don't ever do that. Levers today. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. You know, we haven't done Molin in a while, so maybe we should do that today, Damie. I like that suggestion. We can always do Molin and then head to Siren Isle, because I need to unlock it here on my EU account. And by the way, guess what? I think my brother might start playing. I think my brother might start playing WoW. I think I might have convinced him to try doing it casually. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, he might. I've been hoping that he would do that since vanilla. Okay, let me get the stream stuff on here. Okay, good. Yeah. Hi Heliosaurus, good to see you as well. You seem like someone who would throw beads. I have thrown beads before. I have been on a parade float before where I threw beads. Yep. It was awesome. I didn't throw them that hard. I saw a video this morning. Apparently a lot of people are leaving FF14 because of Wook and Dawn Trail. What video are you talking about? If there's a video you want me to react to, I can just put that in our Discord in React Content Suggestions. And I can take a look at it because there's already some good suggestions in there that I will look at in a minute. We did some reacts to Star Rail stuff on Tuesday, and that was awesome because Star Rail actually has a new planet coming up next week. But for those of you who are wondering about that, I won't be doing that when it comes out. I never do for the big story events like that. Usually I wait till the following week. So I'll probably do that on the Tuesday after. So the 21st January, I plan to go into 3.0. I am on, for EU, I think it's Sporagar. Yeah. But it doesn't matter anymore in WoW what server you're on. And it also doesn't matter if you're Horde or Alliance. Oh my goodness. Wow, look how cute that Demon Hunter is. It's very cute. Where do you get this top? Where's this top come from? Chest guard of Insidious Desire. Oh no, is that Demon Hunter only? Let me check. This is an emergency. I need to know right now. Chest guard of... I don't see it. Oh no, I bet it is Demon Hunter. No, that's not it. That's not it. Oh my god, I don't know. It's a leather item. See, this looks similar. Let me check for Demon Hunter. Maybe it's Demon Hunter specific, actually. It's leather. Let me check again. It's transmogrified to the chest guard of Insidious Desire. Your current character is on Ravenhold. Thanks. Well, I changed it to show Demon Hunter items here. And I look in chest piece. And if I type in Insidious Desire, it shows me the not sexy version. This is chest guard of Insidious Desire, and it is leather, and it is not sexy. It does not look good like the one she's got. In the bottom, you see this red part that looks like this, but it got ripped open. It just looks way better. Oh my god. You have to be a demon hunter to look sexy? I need that top. Let me borrow that top. Hi. Good morning, Havrit. It's a good top mask and top. The game is ruined. Maybe for... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Game is ruined. It's just ruined. Maybe. Okay, I know how to find it. Okay, I know how to find it. With my add-on. No, it's not working. Legion Dungeon Leather Set. It all looks like poo-poo. See, that one looks good, but that's for Demon Hunter. They're cheating. They're cheating to get the sexy version. No, they're not. Okay, they're not. They're not, but I'm still mad. Anyways. I did get distracted. Yeah. Did you say which video that was, Rob, that you were talking about? Because we're going to spend some time here. Maybe it's just hidden and it's the shirt under. Oh! Could a shirt override the top? No, they don't even have a shirt on. Oh my god. I could not be a weirdo and just like whisper them. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Hey, where did you get that top? They're AFK. Hey, girl. Can I borrow that top? Can I borrow that top, girl? I completely forgot what we were talking about. Entirely. I'm pretty sure it's the tunic of pitiless monstrosity. Mm-mm. No. No. Yoshi P video. React. Okay. Alright. There's also some Hoyo reacts, I think. A couple. Let's see here. Today is the 9th. Yes. Alright. Yoshi P video. This is the one people have been sending. Oh my gosh. They wrote me back. They said, I have no idea. They don't know. They don't know. Shit. Okay. Let's see. Maybe the buns can investigate that, because they don't know. Well, Rob, if there's a video you'd want me to watch, I would suggest you put it in React content suggestions, because this gives us and mods a chance to check a video to see if this is something I should react to on stream, because I have learned my lesson the hard way by just randomly going directly to stuff people suggest without any mods or anyone checking it first. Like that could be a recipe for disaster. So we like to just put it there first so we can check it. Then we go from there to see, you know, is this all right to react to? That's the standard procedure generally. Okay. Have you reacted to the Yoshi P video that's blowing up? I've had everybody in the world asking me to do that, and we are about to do that right now. Okay. There are a lot of different situations that can come up when you don't check something first. So it's just easier for us. I send one creepy video and you change the rules. The rules have been like that for a while, sorry. But I bet it was probably due to something that you sent. Most likely. Knowing Zai's. Okay. Zai's has taught me a lot about streaming. Zai's taught me to not just immediately read out loud messages. Like, read it in your head first, and then say it. Thank you, Zai's. I still do, though. I still do because I'm absent-minded and forgetful, so he still gets me sometimes. That's some bullshit. Yeah. Okay, let me... I have a really precarious lighting situation right now. As I showed y'all a picture of a couple days ago, I still have the yoga mat propped up against the wall, and there is a chance it could fall apart at any minute. And if it does, I will have to like get up and try to reassemble it. Because if it falls, basically there's going to be a flood of light in here, and I will turn into a sin eater, and you won't be able to see my face anymore. Yeah. So, the curtain, I got the curtain that I ordered from Amazon in the mail, and it looks like shit. Unfortunately, the curtain I ordered, I thought it was going to be like white with little blue flowers on it, but it actually is gray and it looks horrible in real life. So, I can't use it. I need a new curtain, but I haven't had time to do that during the week. So we got yoga mat on the wall for a few more days. Yeah, classic Amazon. Anytime you buy something off Amazon like curtains, don't be an idiot. Okay, check the pictures that people provide on the listing. Okay, check it with a scrupulous eye, because it is probably not going to be quite like the pictures provided by the seller. Don't be me. Park's here. Hello. Good morning. Yep. Okay. So, let's get going on this video. So this is a video many people have suggested that I watch. It is from Ember's Arcade and is called The Problem with Yoshi P, an Honest Critique. First of all, before I even start watching this, let me just say how bizarre it is for me as a person who's been part of this community since Heaven's Sword to see people openly criticizing Yoshi P. Back in my day. This was definitely against the law and not allowed. But now it seems like this is something that is allowed for people to do. So let's see. At the same time, you know, any kind of feedback for the devs, I hope is handled in a respectful way. You know, that's you give respect to get respect. So
Zepla
let's see how the video goes.
Zepla dancing maracas, Zepla dancing blue bun, Zepla dancing maracas.
Coronai Acorn, thank you very much for the 34-month resub. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Okay.
I think that I've fallen out of love with Final
Can you hear everything, by the way? Before we even get started, the sound's fine.
Fantasy 14. Now,
Is the sound levels okay, or do we need to change anything? Before we get out of the parking lot with this video. Okay, we're good? Okay, good.
I think that I've fallen out of love with Final Fantasy 14. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is going to be another video essay about how terrible Dawntrail is, right? No, not exactly. Because my moment of realization wasn't in the middle of a cooking competition with Wukla Mod. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even while I was playing Final Fantasy 14. It was while I was playing Final Fantasy 16 that the spell finally broke. I want to make one thing clear. I'm a normal guy. I have a normal job, a budding independent business, a couple of dogs. I don't have a ton of time to play.
How do you fall out of love with FF14 because of FF16?
Video games, let alone make videos for this channel. Thus, in order to independent business, a couple of dogs.
Let me shut up.
I'm a normal guy. I have a normal job, a budding independent business, a couple of dogs. I don't have a ton of time to play video games, let alone make videos for this channel. Thus, in order to avoid wasting my limited time, I don't buy games that I don't scrutinize heavily first. And I certainly don't appreciate when games disrespect what little time I have. Final Fantasy 16 was one of the few games that I've ever purchased on faith alone. Faith that was founded in my experience with Final Fantasy 14, which at the time of 16's release, I would have considered both the best MMORPG on the market and the best narrative in a video game.
I remember playing Shadowbringers, and at one point, I really truly felt with all my heart that this is the best game that has ever been made. And I remember, I think I even tweeted that at the time. This is literally the best game that has ever been created that I've ever seen in my life. Like I know that feeling. I know
that's a bold claim, but Shadowbringers was really that good.
It was really that good.
14 and 16 are both products of Creative Studio 3, or as
so
it was called, Creative Business Unit 3, so it shouldn't come as a surprise to any of you that the two games bear more than a few similarities. In fact, they're alarmingly similar in almost every way outside of fidelity, and of course one being an MMORPG and the other being a single-player game. I'll be blunt, Final Fantasy 16 kinda sucked. I acknowledge that the visuals are gorgeous and that the music is wonderful, even if it is just Eureka, and the boss encounters had the budget of a small country's gross domestic product, but the game itself kinda sucked. 16's world was barren, uninteresting to explore, and entirely devoid of danger. The most—
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm now thinking about this because I didn't finish FF16, but I played up to the point where you meet the Bahamut guy, and then I think I got distracted because that's how I am. But I remember feeling like the open world was pretty boring, like FF14's barren open world, and I also remember feeling like the gearing system was really, really boring too, and like very much on rails.
Threatening thing awaiting you in 16 is
Oh,
the
what's the
laundry
point
list
of
of
the-
uninspired
the
side quests that
looting
offer
here
neither
anyway?
an intrinsic gameplay experience worth having, nor an extrinsic reward worth suffering for. Its combat appears intensive, but it masks its shallow systems behind overwrought visuals to keep you from realizing that the enemies you've been fighting haven't swung their weapons in about 6 or 7 seconds. 16 even has the gall to present the player with a crafting system which offers statistical upgrades in order to create the illusion of progression and customization, but the system exists to fulfill a feature quota rather than being something interesting that
The crafting was just terrible, and the loot was horrible. It was really bad.
interact with.
I
Does
agree.
any of that sound
Like,
familiar to
I
you?
felt like, why even have this
What
system?
other game might that list of flaws also describe? I just can't put my finger on it. If you guys
Crafting
Final
is better in FF14.
Fantasy 14, then congratulations, you've
Let's
been
be
paying
real.
attention, and you've won today's special prize. Please collect a free copy of a good MMO on your way out. In my mind, the
World of Warcraft, you can't do that.
developers of my favorite MMORPG would
Oh my
surely
God.
create a masterpiece with all of the financial backing of Square Enix and a full-length AAA development cycle, yet the result of that effort was one of the most restrained, lifeless, and quite frankly boring games I've ever played. So, who's at fault? Hence the title. I know, everybody loves Yoshi P, and you're already upset that I would even suggest that his stewardship of these 2 Final Fantasy entries has been anything less than stellar, but you have to agree that if there's an issue, then the buck has to stop somewhere, and what better place than with the director? So hold off on disliking the video.
He does
just
have the
yet. Let me
responsibility.
make my case, then you can dislike
Okay.
it. Let's talk about the culture of fear that defines Creative Studio 3's game design philosophy. A few years ago, NoClip released a documentary about Final Fantasy XIV's disastrous launch and its eventual recovery from the brink with the leadership of Naoki Yoshida. You've all seen it. I'd even wager that some of you who are watching this in front of a live audience right now shamelessly re-uploaded it to your channels. It was an inspiring story of determination, unbridled passion, and
You know what? I haven't seen it. Can you believe that? It's true. I never watched it, so that doesn't apply to me. Yeah. Yeah.
this in front of a live
I didn't
audience
watch it.
right now shamelessly re-uploaded it to your channels. It was
didn't.
an inspiring story of determination,
Not only did I not re-upload it, I didn't watch it.
unbridled passion, and draconian
I am missing out, though.
micromanagement, which led to
I
the
don't know.
development of
Okay, I need to shut up so I can listen to what he's saying.
now shamelessly re-uploaded it to your channels.
Okay,
it
I
was an
fifth
inspiring
time.
story of determination, unbridled passion, and draconian micromanagement, which led to the development of one of the most successful MMORPGs ever made. When I watched it, however, I was struck by one particular scene during Yoshida's interview. I will paraphrase. Basically, Yoshi P claimed to have implemented a system of task micromanagement which tracked an individual employee's job down to the minute. You can imagine that such a system would be necessary when attempting to rebuild an MMO in 18 months. The results, of course, speak
I do
for
know about
themselves,
that.
but I could never let go of that quote. Why would anyone want to work under those conditions? Well, thank goodness they aren't doing that anymore. But do we know that? Are we sure that Yoshi P has loosened his grip in the last 10 years that he's helmed Square Enix's flagship live service game? While I would assume that working conditions have changed at the studio, only the people on the inside can say for certain. Either way, I can't shake the feeling that the specter of those grueling 18 months is hanging over Creative Studio 3 to this day, despite all of its success, dictating how they make video games. Consider the way that both 14 and 16 treat their own combat systems. No one would disagree that both of these titles are narrative driven, but there is a sense that Creative Studio 3 is ashamed of the fact that they have to interrupt their storytelling with obligatory combat encounters. 14 is an absurdly easy game in nearly every respect, sequestering its truly difficult content as far away from players as possible in order to ensure that story progression cannot be impeded by gameplay. To experience 14's current Savage tier, one has to play through over 200 hours of story, which is composed almost entirely of stinted cutscenes with sparse gameplay along the way. What gameplay challenges do
Is it 200 hours? I thought it was a lot more than that.
exist are nearly
But first of all, okay, first thing, I seriously doubt that they are tracking people's lives working on the game down to the minute right now. Like, I really doubt that they're doing the exact same type of have the same type of work environment that they did while they were making Realm Reborn, because Yoshi P has also been pretty vocal about that and looking back on that and what a hellscape it was for them. And so I do not think that it is that bad. However, I do think that it has probably left behind a legacy of wanting to delegate a very specific amount of time for each task to be completed. Now, maybe that time restriction isn't as severe as it might have been when they were developing Realm Reborn, but it is still probably very strict and very, very consistent. Consistency is the goal. That is a reason why what I've started to see as a general problem is the packaging of content that is like has to be packaged in an incredibly specific way. And I think that goes back to them being able to accurately predict how long it will take a department to create that package and reproduce that package over and over again. And so I think this is one of the reasons leading into the formulaic design we see. But as in terms of, a culture of fear gripping people who are working on the game, I don't know if we have enough evidence to support that.
Impossible to fail, which makes them feel trivial and unrewarding. This is a problem that persists into the level cap. During Endwalker 6.2 patch cycle, Yoshida himself talked about falling asleep during an expert dungeon.
I remember him saying that. Oh my god. Not only did he say, he actually mimed like falling asleep. It's like, I get sleepy in the expert roulette content. We rarely fall asleep when we play games and we're really into it. I'm trying to see if I can spice it up a little and bring the excitement back. And looking back on this now, it's interesting. Okay, so how did this pan out for us in Dawntrail? Like, what has been the result of this promise that he made? Well, we've seen harder and more interesting dungeon bosses. And that is, well, let's hear what he has to say first, and then I'll get into it.
An experience that I've had throughout Dawntrail and Final Fantasy 16. This is a problem that persists into the level cap. During Endwalker 6.2 patch cycle, Yoshida himself talked about falling asleep during an expert dungeon, an experience that I've had throughout Dawntrail and Final Fantasy 16. Despite boasting a combat system built in part by Ryota Suzuki, who led the design of the combat in Devil May Cry 5, 16's gameplay is similarly toothless. The general difficulty is extremely low, with enemies of every variety, from your standard spider in a forest to an S-rank humpmark, offering little to no threat throughout the course of the campaign, which, by the way, must be completed in order to access Final Fantasy mode, which increases the difficulty to a more acceptable level. Again, push the good stuff as far away as possible. Funny enough, you can actually decrease 16's difficulty further by wearing the timely rings, which trivialize combat mechanisms such as using Torgal's abilities or dodging enemy attacks or even performing combos. These accessories are—
Okay, wait a second. So you can't increase the difficulty until you're done with the story, but you can decrease it? Am I understanding this correctly?
Are optional, of course, but they're emblematic of Creative Studio 3's fear that a player will be unable to overcome a gameplay challenge and, as a result, miss the opportunity to experience the next cutscene. Thus, they build their games to be nearly impossible to fail, smoothing out the rough textures that make playing video games interesting, and then they hide any semblance of challenge as far out of view as possible out of fear that you might be scared off. I
think that's really the culture of fear that we're looking at. It is really that. Fear of players being scared off, fear of players being frightened that they are needing to play the game. In terms of the dungeons, and this goes back into this. Okay. The dungeon bosses are harder and more interesting for sure. And that is a W. Like, that is an objectively better result than the dungeons that we had previous. However, the dungeons are still incredibly formulaic, predictable, and the packs of mobs are not interesting. And by the way, people are upset. Like, there are many people that have been vocally upset about the changes to Dungeons and Dawn Trail, even though for me, I would say that although the change has been good to bosses, dungeons don't feel fundamentally different in a fundamental way. But there's people who are upset about what has happened. There's people that are upset that they have to apply themselves a little bit more on the bosses. And I actually was reading through Japanese comments on a post a couple days ago, and I found a comment from someone. Actually, you know what? I'll show it to you right now. Person said, right now, the base content like Dungeons and Trials has become so difficult that people hesitate to even queue for roulettes. So there is a segment of the player base that are now scared to queue for a roulette because there's more expected of them. And they're expected to play the game more in the roulette, when previously they had been using the roulette for, I guess, casual, not like turn your brain off and just exist in it. And I think that this actually goes back to a problem with a lack of real casual content and so everybody gets dumped into the same thing. And so it's impossible to please everyone. But the reason I bring that up is because this is the reason why they have this, culture of fear of how players will react, because they changed it the tiniest bit. They made the tiniest change that doesn't even feel like a real fundamental change that is, I would say, better. And there's people who are losing their minds about it. So what they've done is they've painted themselves into a corner where over time, by making things easier and easier and easier, you start to cultivate a different type of player for the content you're building. And it's very hard to go back from that. It's hard to bring back expectations again, if you've already gotten to this point, because, people are very comfortable and they don't like being shook out of the comfort zone. And again, this also goes back to the lack of the casual content, because, why isn't there other things in the game that would be appealing to a casual player that would help them not feel like a dungeon boss in Dawn Trail is a massive leap that's scary from what they were doing before? Right? I don't know. I could talk about that for a long time, but let's try to finish watching the video.
In service of storytelling.
I'm Ruklamat, claimant to the throne of Tolihuela.
What I'm about to say applies exclusively to 14. Creative Studio 3 demonstrates more of that paralyzing fear of failure in the delivery of its content
Fear
offerings.
of failure.
Expansions are a strict template upon which an identical experience is built. By refusing to innovate or to introduce new kinds of content or to even reinvent dated systems, Creative Studio 3 successfully evades any possible crisis while also circumventing all potential to provide their paying customers with interesting experiences. Unless they're building a mobile game, of course. In that case, pull out all the stops. The worlds that Creative Studio 3 creates are always beautifully rendered, yet painfully constrained and completely lacking in any sense of danger or discovery. As I began my journey with 16, I immediately recognized the map design as identical to 14's, which gave me some pause because it reminded me specifically of A Realm Reborn. Consider the marshes just south of Martha's Rest. There were moments when traversing the environment and I would see an objective across a river, but because of the restrictive map design, I would be unable to reach it without taking an unnatural detour. It felt completely unintuitive to have to circumnavigate terrain which appeared traversable. Then I remembered that as a hallmark of 14's early world design. One of the first negative impressions I had of Final Fantasy 14.
That's how it still is. Have you tried getting ether currents on the moon? Good luck jumping across that chasm. You need to walk all the way around.
Was when I realized how segmented Limsa Lominsa
There's the crack in the floor. Oh shit, I can't hop it.
Areas in which A Realm Reborn takes place. The world provides the illusion of a playable space, but the map reveals how small that space truly is. Ultimately, I forgave the game for this flaw, chalking it up to the technical limitations of the PlayStation 3, but when I laid eyes on this, I began to wonder whether or not technical limitations were the culprit after all. What is the reason to continue designing playable environments in this way? And what is the purpose of populating these spaces with enemies that pose absolutely no threat to any player who has the capacity to mash square? Some of the most memorable moments that I've ever had in the entirety of my life playing video games have been a result of emergent gameplay. I recently had an amazing encounter with this while playing Throne and Liberty. I was exploring an environment, then I ran into an unexpected combat encounter which led to an hour-long grind session with total strangers. You'll hear more about that game in my next upload, but those types of experiences in which the player engages with the game's systems and environments to create an unexpected outcome are completely missing in Creative Studio 3's games. This is a result of two design choices.
Yeah.
First, as I mentioned before, the lack of threats in the open world. In both 14 and 16, barring exceptional circumstances, the game is working overtime to ensure that you are never in danger while you are moving towards your next objective in the narrative. In particular, 16 has an issue with allowing the player to severely outscale the creatures in the open world, while also making it impossible for them to dismount or interrupt player movement. So you barely have to consider their existence as you run past them. If the player does decide to engage them, then the enemies usually spend most of the fight standing still, allowing you to ruin them with the same combo that you've performed hundreds of times before. 14 is similarly bland in this respect, with the exception of S-rank hunt marks, which boast unique and deadly attacks. However, those marks are typically engaged by organized hunt trains, whose sheer numbers completely trivialize the danger of those encounters.
Okay, look, hunt marks cannot be the only thing in the open world that we're doing together to fight. Besides fates. Like, the hunt mark system is old. It's has not been updated upon in all these years. Like, they have not innovated on this or changed it in any way at all this entire time. You literally do not have to think about what you're doing. You just go from one to the next one, and you like, it's not, I would not consider that to be super engaging or interesting open world gameplay. It's like you just go from point A to point B to point C to point D. You know, it's not surprising. It's not exciting. There's no sense of danger in it. That's the reason we have exploration zones and why everybody shouts from the rooftops saying they want Baja, they want Eureka. It's because it's a band-aid for the open world. It takes the place of the open world stuff that's lacking. Why do you think people liked Eureka so much? You know why? A big reason why people like Eureka was because you could die in it if you wander into the wrong area. If you wander off in the wrong spot, you will get murdered fast by giant monsters that are much more powerful than you. And people love that. People loved it. I loved it because I like feeling like danger is one of the things that makes the world feel alive. You know, that's kind of the point we're getting back to. If you can just waltz through it all and sing and dance and skip along through the whole open world and just breathe on things and they die, like what is the purpose of this? You know, is this a walk in the park or is this an adventure in a dangerous world?
And second, the lack of discoverability in the open world. Throughout both games, 14 and 16 boast beautiful worlds which serve as nothing more than set dressing for their respective narratives. There are no hidden treasures behind waterfalls, there are no destroyable barrels with crucial consumables, and there are certainly no secrets to uncover of any kind. Creative Studio 3's world design trains the player to pay as little attention to it as possible, never having to consider his or her options against a dangerous threat, never wondering if there might be something worthwhile to discover off the beaten path. Everything exists in service to the narrative, so as long as the world looks pretty and it stays out of the way of the finely crafted cutscenes, then it's a thumbs up from Yoshi P. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I'm a busy guy.
Yeah,
One night, following a 12-hour workday, I decided to sit down and play Final Fantasy 16. I gave myself about an hour of game.
That's why, by the way, that they feel comfortable leaving zones in the state that they left Ultima Thule and the state that they left Living Memory. Is because I feel like it's with the expectation that you're done. We're done with this zone. So, you know, it served the point in the story. And it's okay if it looks like shit now. Or it's okay if there's music that plays in it that doesn't make sense for you exploring in it. Like it with Ultima Thule.
Play before I would get ready for bed. In that hour, I touched my controller twice, maybe? The session was mostly cutscenes, all fantastically performed, but cutscenes nonetheless. I remember putting my controller down and going to bed having done virtually nothing in that session. Then I came back the next night and guess what? The same thing. More cutscenes and almost no gameplay. I began to notice a pattern, which I realized had started as far back as my introduction to Final Fantasy XIV almost 6 years prior. Creative Studio 3 has a terrible habit of stripping away the player's agency in the story that they're so desperate to tell. At every turn in both 14 and 16, control is ripped out of your hands, turning you into a passive observer rather than an active participant in the game. This game design habit has only worsened in 14 with the release of Dawn Trail. Attempting to play through the expansion story in 1 or 2 hour intervals like any regular person with a regular schedule was torture, like off the books CIA black site torture.
You know what's funny? I had all day to play Dawn Trail, but I could only play it in 1 to 2 hour bursts as well. So in this case, it's all right if you only had a couple hours to play it, because I had to usually stop after that time and move on to do something else so that I wouldn't become a blasphemy from the despair I was feeling.
The only conclusion that I can reasonably come to is that no one at Creative Studio 3 plays their own games the way that we play them. Now, I am well aware that Yoshi P is famously active in Final Fantasy XIV, but what I'm questioning here is whether or not anyone at that studio, particularly its vaunted director, has ever sat down to play through their game's stories in a single, uninterrupted session. If they had, then maybe...
Actually, didn't Yoko Taro attempt this, but he quit during Titan? I think he didn't make it through. Yeah, I think he was trying to play through so he could prepare to make the Nier raids, but he fell off. He didn't make it through the Great Filter.
Maybe someone might have noticed how often their games insist on playing themselves for fear of the player's input sullying the experience. These games are not visual novels, at least ostensibly. However, they certainly do function like visual novels, interrupted by brief spurts of well-dressed yet paper-thin gameplay. Under Yoshi P's leadership, Creative Studio 3 is inviting less participation from players as the years go on. Both 14's recent expansion and 16 go to great lengths to tell you what happened in the story rather than showing you or even allowing you to interact with the events yourself. For example, in Dawn Trail, we weren't allowed to participate in the cooking contest or the rebuilding of the train in Shalawani or the invasion of Tuligala. All of those critical events in the story were cutscenes. 16 is guilty of this too, with the most egregious example being the boat chase towards the end of the game. It would have been a lot of fun to pilot this boat myself, dodging enemy attacks before ramming into...
Actually, the cooking contest... Oh my god, I don't want to get into the fucking cooking contest. Okay, let me go back here.
Contest or the rebuilding of the train in Shalawani or the invasion of Tuligala. All of those critical events in the story were cutscenes. 16 is guilty of this too, with the most egregious example being the boat chase towards the end of the game. It would have been a lot of fun to pilot this boat myself, dodging enemy attacks before ramming into their ship and boarding it. But no, the cutscenes ate up all the budget, so all you get to do is perform the same combo you already have throughout the game against enemies who will barely try to kill you. I really struggle to think of another studio in the AAA space that demonstrates as much disdain for player agency as Creative Studio 3. More than simply committing the sin of ignoring show don't tell as a rule of storytelling, this is a studio which frequently asks its players to stay on the sideline of the experience that they paid for. This is a studio that fancies itself a great producer of story.
So here's the thing. If you give players more agency, it's going to lead to more unexpected outcomes. It is going to lead to different outcomes that cannot always be predicted super well. And I feel like FF14 makes a priority out of making sure that every single person has the exact same experience that they can predict and that they can account for in terms of time and in terms of the quality every single time with like no deviation or change in perspective. This is why some people have suggested to me, oh, maybe they had originally intended for Dawn Trail to be an expansion where you can choose Kona or Wuklamont. And I don't think that idea could have ever gotten off the ground, even if it was there at some point, because they don't like having unpredictability. They are afraid of the unpredictability. Like, in terms of emergent gameplay, what does FF14 really offer? Well, you have housing decoration, I guess. But honestly, a lot of that is made possible through glitches, which isn't even supposed to be possible. You have modding, which is definitely not allowed, and that's emergent gameplay. I feel like something like, for example, Island Sanctuary. Island Sanctuary was marketed as something that would be like a you know, Stardew Valley-esque type experience. Like, we didn't expect a full Stardew Valley in the game, but we expected some elements of that, which means elements of self-expression and, you know, choose your own things to focus on and all that, like a sandbox. But they just, they actually turned, like, the most sandbox concept game type into an assembly line. They actually did. I don't know why they keep doing this over and over and over, but seems to be the clear priority. That, like, we're tired of the assembly line. We're tired of the conveyor belt. Okay, we need people to be able to do some more unexpected things. That's surprising, but this is really scary for them, and I just don't understand why.
But stories can exist outside of the strict parameters laid down by the game developer. That's the beauty of video games. Emergent gameplay is as important to a game's narrative as its writing and its vocal performances. I think that Creative Studio 3 has completely lost sight of that. As an extension of the issues with player agency that plague Final Fantasy XIV and XVI, there's a grand illusion obscuring one of the most unsightly blemishes on the face of Creative Studio 3, the illusion of choice. This is specifically in reference to customization and progression, which are abysmal in both of the titles that have been produced by this studio. Just a few weeks before producing this video, I managed to earn my best in slot gear in Final Fantasy XIV as a Viper. As a result of earning this achievement after months of raiding, I felt absolutely nothing. Similarly, in 16, every time I would forge a stronger weapon or piece of armor or accessory, I would feel absolutely nothing. Creative Studio 3's approach to customization and progression is to simply avoid the topic altogether. Outside of numerical adjustments, improving your equipment in both 14 and 16 is an exercise in boredom. In 16,
oh my god, you know what I just realized? I'm looking back to times that I've gotten BIS, which has been pretty consistent throughout the last couple of expansions. It's true, like, getting BIS was not the exciting part. For me, getting BIS was, at least in times when I was more engaged with the game, it was just a step that was necessary for me to parse. It was about parsing. The parsing was the fun part for me, trying to improve that. And that's emergent gameplay that's not allowed. I feel like a lot of the emergent gameplay FF has is stuff we're definitely not supposed to be doing. We're breaking the game and we're fucking around with it to give ourselves the infinitely replayable content that the game itself does not offer. Like housing mods, like modding your character's glamour, and like fucking parsing. Okay, like
crafting materials are given to players like government cheese, a paltry handout to keep you moving along the singular track that has been determined for you. In 14, gear is entirely lacking in variety, and the process of selecting your gear is trivialized by the push of a button which determines your best gear for you. Any need for input or weighing of options or opportunity cost has been sanded down or completely discarded. These progression systems exist as a means to fulfill some kind of design quota. As if someone said, well, we're building a video game, so we need to have a crafting system and gear progression, but we'd much rather add another pointless side quest with 7 minutes of dialogue, so just slap something together and call it a day. For an MMO to have a gearing system this weak is frankly unbelievable. I have never, not once, felt excited about what gear does in 14, only what it looks like. But for a single-player, story-driven role-playing game without the weight of multiplayer balance and technical debt to feel just as bland, just as phoned in, and quite frankly just as boring is equally dumbfounding. Isolated from their other design flaws, Creative Studio 3's inability to create an interesting progression system in over a decade of game development might be excusable, but it goes back to the heart of the issue. Whether or not these are directly his decisions, Creative Studio 3's design philosophy under the leadership of Yoshi P seems interested only in eroding what little input is left in the hands of the players.
It has felt like that. Like, I remember when, back in my day, FF Boomer memory, when, because of things not being as strictly tied to a 2-minute meta, and because of the ability to mess around with substats like skill speed, like for example, okay, let's just think of an example. Monks used to have a lot of different options for different styles of play that you could create for yourself by building different kinds of sets with different subsets. So you could be like super speedy monk, or you could be, you know, they had all this different variety because that was from player experimentation and coming up with how you can actually alter the job based on the gear set that you put together and, you know, your group and your plans for the encounter. So there's a lot of variety there that was possible. And I think that they didn't want this. That's part of the reason that led us to the 2-minute meta, is wanting to cut down on the variety of experiences players could have depending on their choices. This seems to be something they actively design against. That's the reason we ended up with the 2-minute meta, where everybody has the 2-minute damage buff, you know, and it stopped being like this kind of wonky, jank, all over the place buffs that you could sort out with your raid team and tailor to an encounter. That was something that raiders found very enjoyable in the past, but it must have been difficult for them to balance around. I don't know. I feel like they just wanted to make sure, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, they want everyone to have the same consistent experience no matter who you are, and they want to try to guarantee that as much as possible to the detriment of your player agency. And in terms of the progression systems that he was talking about here, you know, why it hasn't, the progression system for gear, gotten interesting in all this time? Why is it still basically exactly the same? Now, we did have new gear added to this Chaotic Alliance raid. You know, you got to give credit where credit's due. But, I mean, I'm someone that I've moved into the okay, I moved into being more of a casual player. I don't want to raid. If I wanted to raid, I'd already have Biss from doing the Savage gear. So you're asking me to do the same thing again. Like, the Chaotic Alliance raid is still just a hard boss in a room. Like, that's... I want something different. We need to suit with the different kinds of content that are available. You want to try to suit different kinds of players, so you have different paths to power. That's something that World of Warcraft does well, and it's the reason why World of Warcraft gearing tends to be pretty interesting, because you have the choice between, like, you can do Mythic plus Dungeon, and you can choose which plus you want depending on how hard you want to sweat. You have Time Walking Dungeons, you have raids, you have delves now that they've added. Another way that you can, maybe the other things you don't like those, maybe you want to do it by yourself, you want to be solo, you can do that now. Raids have 4 different difficulty settings, depending on what you're comfortable with. You know, there's world quests, there's reputation rewards where you can get power. There's the seasonal events. There's open world treasures. There's open world bosses. There's the, like, open world events like we had Time Rifts. We got now Siren Isle. We got, you know, I remember things like Furak Assaults happening. Okay, they're constantly asking themselves, what are different ways that we can give a player freedom of choice to choose their path to progression today based on how they're feeling, based on their time investment, and based on their sweat level. Like, how sweaty are they? Okay. But FF14 just doesn't have the variety of content that it needs to suit all these different people. And we're going to end up in a situation where nobody's happy. Okay, it's already starting to occur with dungeons, where they made the dungeon bosses a little harder, and casuals are upset because they feel it's too much pressure on them. In the roulette, they're scared to queue for a roulette, like super casuals, which I've read this comment to you earlier. Then you've got people who are mid-core who are still not really satisfied with the dungeon because it hasn't gone far enough to make it more interesting. And then you've got hardcore people who, you know, the dungeon is so far beneath their skill level that it's not totally irrelevant. Like, they think this is supposed to be a hard dungeon boss. Like, you know, so what are we doing? We're in a, no, you're going to end up trying. There's a case where not taking risks is a risk. That is where we're headed, or where we're already at.
The final point of contention that I want to talk about is Creative Studio 3's quest design, or lack thereof. In the MMORPG genre, quests are a bit of a conundrum because they typically boil down to talking to an NPC, clicking on an interactable item, or killing a group of enemies, but that isn't necessary by its nature. When we talk about quest design in MMOs, we treat it as though it's a solved problem, as if that's the extent of what the genre is capable of, but quests can be more than the linear processes that we become accustomed to. Creative Studio 3 demonstrated a willingness to push the boundaries of these dated assumptions about quest design during Endwalker. They gave us a sort of Metal Gear Solid mission and a timed puzzle to contend with, which proved to me that the idea of the quest can still be a platform for innovation. What happened to that studio?
What happened?
Unfortunately, 16 and Dawn Trail were a regression in this regard, resting on the laurels of the most basic form of quest design that you can think of. Go over there, deliver this thing to that guy, kill this bug. Yes, the fate of the world is at stake, but I really need you to help me pick these herbs. Creative Studio 3's game...
It's funny you show the Pelus out there, because I think that trading up, the whole trading crap, I think that was supposed to be like exciting and different. Quest? I actually think so, because it's like trade offer. I'll give you this and you'll give me the next thing, but it was just oh god. There was a lot wrong with it that I'm not even going to get into right now.
Lean
I don't
heavily
feel like
on
it.
the dialogue as the experience of their quests, rather than the given task of the quest. This is an assumption, but it seems to me that the developers are confident that the intrinsic value of their quest design is more than enough for their players. The gameplay experience, or the prize at the other end of the quest, are an afterthought. In some cases, they're right. The story has the capacity to be more than enough. When I think of the most memorable moments during Shadowbringers, for example, I don't think of gameplay experiences. Rather, I think of the laundry list of incredible story beats that line that expansion story from start to finish. In that particular case, the intrinsic value covered the cost of admission. But when the story isn't as strong, then the gameplay better be damned good, or at least have the wherewithal to give me something I care about for sitting through the boring dialogue. But the reality is, that's an impossible thing to ask for. Yoshi P's vision for Creative Studio 3 requires that their games are completely devoid of tension, threat, or input by the player.
So what you're describing now with the quest design is a problem that we have always had, with a few small exceptions. And in this sense, you should thank Dawn Trail. Everybody here who didn't like it, you should thank Dawn Trail, because it's finally letting the community be vocal about stuff that has been swept under the rug for years and years. Finally, you can see clearly that without a fantastic story that's distracting you, you can see that maybe these quests could be improved as well. Now, of course, the responsibility for that, though, should still rest upon Yoshi P's shoulders. Like, we shouldn't have to wait for the veil to be lifted to see flaws. Okay, that's kind of their job. They're supposed to ask themselves, have we innovated enough with these old systems? Is this still really fun and engaging to do? And I kind of agree that it's hard for me to imagine that Yoshi P actually played through all of it. I just can't imagine this. But he must have. He checked it. He shipped it. He approved it. He must have played it. He must have played it. Like, I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. But even the best gameplay moments are rooted in story. For example, the Olympus dungeon, where you have to fight your companions, or the Body Snatcher quest, where you are desperate to save your friends. Yes, exactly. Like, instead of us settling for, oh, if only the story had been better, then everything would be okay, maybe now we can reach for, not only can we expect a fabulous story, but we can also expect incredible gameplay that backs that up and adds to the magic of those moments too. Like, you don't have to only have, like, we can expect more, because the game is capable of so much.
out of fear that their game's true reward, which is the next cutscene, will go unseen. To that end, their worlds must be built as set dressing for the story rather than spaces in which emergent gameplay can take place. Traditional progression systems threaten the delicate balance of their game, so they must be reduced to linear statistical advantages, lest they overwhelm the player with having to make a choice. And because the player cannot be reliably trusted to participate in a theatrical scene exactly as the developers envisioned it, they're forced to wrest control away from the player over and over again to ensure that the gameplay doesn't get in the way of the narrative, which, as you know, is the most important part of a video game. I understand that for many of you, Yoshi P is something of a primal. People become incredibly emotional when you have anything negative to say about the products that he stewards, but remember, Naoki Yoshida works for a company. He's at the helm of an organization which creates products which you pay for. Some of you have given thousands of dollars to Square Enix for continued access to Final Fantasy XIV. It's my opinion that for the money you've spent, you deserve better, although whether or not you agree with that is up to you. Yoshi P and the hundreds of faceless employees who work at Creative Studio 3 are not your friends. You have a transactional relationship with that studio's publisher and the games they produce. If you're happy with the slop that you've been served by Creative Studio 3 since the release of 16 and Dawntrail, then all power to you. For those of you who are a bit more sympathetic to my critiques, do as I've done. Vote with your wallet.
I understand this is a hard pill for people to swallow, that it is a transactional relationship that you have with the dev team and with the game. If you're like me and you've spent many years feeling very sentimentally attached to the game, and you know, I've talked to Yoshi P, I've had an interview with him, I've met him, and like, this has been a journey that we've been on together. Like, I do think that he cares about FFXIV, but I just think that I think something is clearly wrong, and I don't know what it is, frankly. Like, are they just not playing it? Are they not asking themselves the right questions? Are they just too afraid of changing anything too much for the player? Maybe a little bit of all of these things. I don't know. But I want the game to succeed, and I want to see the old Yoshi P back. Like, frankly, with Dawntrail, all his statements that he's made in response to the player feedback, this is the first time that I really felt that he was actually out of touch, where he just would not acknowledge the overwhelming feedback he was actually receiving. And so this is really the first time that I felt really concerned about where things are going. Like, I started to feel a little concerned in Endwalker patches. And that's when I was really vocal about it back then. But the fact that he won't acknowledge what's happened and is just saying stuff that's irrelevant to what players are trying to tell him, this is really where I start to worry the most. Like, of course, we're all going to wait the long game. Well, not all of us. I will wait the long game, and I'll wait and see if things can improve. But I need to hear some assurances from them and some acknowledgement of the failures that have gone on. And without that, it becomes increasingly more difficult to put faith in the team. Because this is a break of trust. What has he said? Oh. I can find it. Okay. One sec. Well, let me finish watching the video first, because this might take me a minute to track it down. But I did talk about it at length already. Oh, wait. Is that
Well,
it?
everybody, that is the end
Oh.
of that scathing essay. I'm looking forward to the
Oh.
public's reception of it, but if you'll give me about a minute, I have a few unscripted words that I want to say. This
Okay.
channel actually began as a Final Fantasy XIV channel, and it began because I was so bored during Endwalker's post-expansion patches, and I wanted something to do with the game, so I figured a few top 10 lists and maybe a few essay pieces couldn't hurt. 14 has been such a massive disappointment, particularly in the last 2 years, that I just can't see myself making more dedicated content about the game. I would love to have a reason to come back and write more essays about 14, but I just don't think that's going to happen. There are plenty of other games out there to explore and other things to write essays about, of course, so please stick around if you love MMOs as much as I do and you'd like to hear me talk about, say, Throne and Liberty, which is coming up next. Either way, as we approach the end of the year, I just want to say thanks to everybody for being here. I know it's only a few thousand of you, but I really appreciate it. It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be at this stage. If I don't upload again before the end of the year, then have a great Christmas, Happy New Year.
Well,
God bless you all.
I'm glad to see people being vocal about their criticisms and concerns, because I think that's the only way that things are going to improve in any way. Like I said at the start of the video, it is absolutely wild to see it happening when like there was a time when this would not go over well at all. But it seems that the reception of this video has been fairly positive, and that makes me sad. Because I came to Final Fantasy XIV from World of Warcraft. And one of the reasons that I came from World of Warcraft was because I felt that the devs were out of touch, that they weren't listening, that they weren't trying to make enough, I felt like there wasn't enough to do. I felt isolated in the game, and I just felt like, you know, at any time I heard the devs talk, it was alienating to me. And I felt like they were not listening. They weren't even playing their own game. And it's heartbreaking that I feel like I've entered this territory with Final Fantasy XIV now. I don't want that to happen because, like, I know how good the game can be, and I still feel really sentimental about it. Of course I do. I want to, but I felt sentimental about World of Warcraft this whole time as well. The entire time you've seen me on YouTube or on Twitch, in any time across all these years when WoW was really in the shitter, what did you hear me say? Same things. You heard me say, that's a game that I really loved. That's a game that meant a lot to me. And that's a game that I really hope will succeed again. I'm just waiting for that day to come. And I waited. And the day has come. That's why I'm literally streaming World of Warcraft today. Because it's better. They actually had their come to Jesus moment. They started listening to the players, and I have a ton of interesting things to do. And other games will evolve. There is this competition in this space where, you know, our time on this planet is limited, and other games are competing for your time. And it's just heartbreaking to me that I feel like how the turn's tabled, you know. FF14 is a good MMO, but it needs a lot of improvement. Completely agree. Thank you, Todd. That's it. We love the game and give a shit about its future. That's it. That's the part that people don't. I hope people can finally see, if you care about something, then you're going to cheer it on and you're going to point out flaws, because that's the best thing that a player can do for the dev. But it's scary for them. They put themselves in a pretty tough spot. With 8.0. Yoshi P has promised a total overhaul, like a class redesign that's going to be amazing. Classes will be fixed in 8.0. Okay. And they've also put a shitload of pressure on themselves to make a phenomenal story now. Because they are really in a pickle at this moment. Because at this point, okay, 8.0 is coming in what, late 2026? And I seriously doubt anything super crazy is going to happen before then. Maybe we'll get a decent exploration zone. But right before 8.0 releases. But if 8.0 isn't an absolute banger, then I think that will be the last chance for people, of the last hangers on, because a lot of people that I know did not return for Dawn Trail because they wait to see what the reception is first before they buy the game. And like, I know people that fell off in Endwalker patches and did not return, and I cannot for the life of me convince them to come back. I can't. And so yep. As a content creator, we have a vested interest in its success. That is very true. That is obviously very true. Yeah. Zepla, the biggest challenge is seeing that they're already done some of the things we want more of, as you noted, a lot in terms of the storytelling in your review. It's like, we know you can do this, but why not now? What do you mean by they've already done some of the things we want more of? Like, specifically. The first person who got me into FF14 actually quit Dawn Trail in the first half. Oof. Yeah. In 2025, we shouldn't have separate clunky DCs for a region. It should be seamless. Yeah, that's another thing with being able to just easily play with people no matter where they're at. Did you get a chance to look at the latest Lucky Boncho census numbers? No, I don't think I did. How recent was it? Maybe... Yep. Sorry if the video was depressing, but I'm glad it resonated with players. Well, I appreciate you sharing your opinions on this, because we need more people being vocal about it. Or because I wish it didn't have to be this way, okay? Like, I wish they would just proactively make changes the game needs instead of us having to cry and hoop and holler about it for 10 years, you know? But I just feel like they tend to get complacent about things, and they just figure, well, they've always dealt with it like this, so they always will, probably. Like, fundamental things have to change with the core systems. Can't fix PS3 netcode. Check the Reddit post. It's crazy, the comments. Well, let me look at the comments here first. I don't know if it was... Okay. FXCV video or another game, but what I heard was something like, if the selling point of the game doesn't sell, the existing flaws become more visible. That is something I said in Endwalker. That's what I was trying to tell y'all in Endwalker, was that the cracks are starting to show. But the cracks were starting to show earlier on than even that. You know, the way that this has worked is, and the way it usually will work, is the first people who notice problems are going to be the people who are the most invested and the most in touch with the core game systems all the time. So the high-end raiders, usually, like the people who play all day, every day, these are the people who are going to notice the problems first. And then it just kind of trickles down from there. Then more mid-core people start to notice problems. And then casual people start to notice problems. And that's kind of where we've ended up. I love Yoshi P. This is from Drac. This is a long comment. It says, I love Yoshi P, but that doesn't mean constructive criticism is never valid. Your points are critical, but they're constructive. They have purpose. It's not blind hate. If I didn't have my... Yeah, I felt like it wasn't a disrespectful video, which is something I was worried about. I'm relieved to see it. I did not seem disrespectful, but it seemed like we're holding you accountable for the product that you're creating for us, the consumer, which is appropriate. Now, like, for us, ideally, the best case scenario is we don't have to do that because they're proactively making great changes, so we can all just, you know, sing Yoshi P's praises till the cows come home. You know, that's what I prefer doing. But at a certain, you can't ignore things either. If I didn't have my friends to raid with, FF14 probably wouldn't have my sub as it is now. Well, I'm not raiding. Stopping raiding was a big eye-opener for me, and how little there is to do outside of that. And I think that if I hadn't stopped raiding, I would have probably been more positive about Chaotic Alliance raid. But I don't want more of that same thing that we already have. Like, it's a 24-man body check versus an 8-man body check. Okay. Is that really wildly different? I mean, it's harder. So I feel like it's going in the other direction than what we need. We have the hard content. The thing that stood out to me lately is the latest Beast Tribe / Society questline, where you have to deliver something from point A to point B. But there may be 1 or 2 monsters on the way, making it trivial. Oh my god. Are you talking about fighting 2 fish and a crocodile? Like I've been on and on about? With a Pelupel. It was the Beast Tribe quest is really bad. Straight up. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt about that. I think it's quite bad. I think it's bad so far in terms... I haven't finished it. Maybe everything's gonna change. But so far, it's been rough. And I'm doing it because I want that manatee really bad. Compare that to 2.0 Sylph Transport or Stealth Quests, and it's such a stark contrast. I mean... Yes, carrying the garlic for the sylphs was definitely more engaging. However, some of those quests were also super annoying. Like, I remember waiting around for that pig to show up for God knows how long in the Sylphlands, and we couldn't fly back then.
Exiled Linarian says leave Yoshi P alone.
Okay. Jay Horn, thank you for the 35-month resub. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Not that Beast Tribes were ever really hard, but you at least had to pay attention. Beast Tribe quests should not be hard, but hard is not required for fun to occur. Like, you... so the things can be fun, but not hard. I think that is a possible thing. With 16, my biggest gripe was how linear things were. No risks, no diversity of playstyle, aside from which icon you decided to use. Even then, combat can't compare to the DMC levels of combos, but most of all, the legendary weapon you get at the end is just there. Nothing out of the way to find, no challenge attached to it. You just kind of get it. I understand them wanting to cast a huge net to keep as many players as possible, which I worry has created a culture of players that only want to log in, collect rewards in the easiest way possible, and log off. Endwalker Relic quests were a joke. Not sure why they use an MMO for that when idle games exist. Well, this is what I was talking about when I was watching the video, about how I worry they painted themselves into that corner of players expecting a certain level of face roll in the content that they do, and will throw a fit once they're expected to do slightly more, like it's already happening with Dawn Trail Dungeons. Because you're trying to cater to different kinds of players with the same content. But you've already been dumbing down that content so much over the years that the players that are still engaging with it are not like, you've already alienated the people that wanted it to be a little bit more hard. Like they have a problem now. They have a problem with the lack of content, lack of variety of content. I think a lot of backlash will happen if Square Enix tries to correct course. It'd be worth it in my opinion, but it depends on what the corporate heads say, which is the only area I'd slightly push back. Yoshi P is at the helm of this, but I wonder how much pressure is kept on him to keep the game as simple as possible. Because 14 is the game keeping Square Enix afloat right now. Pressure? He's the one, like, he's in charge. It's his call, ultimately. And he has to be able to resist pressure. He has to be the one exerting pressure. I guess that they think taking risks means risking the financial well-being of the company. Pure speculation, though. I don't know. Because not taking risks is the biggest risk they're taking right now. That's the part that they don't get. As a closing thought, I've been playing PoE 2 here and there, and oh my goodness, it's hard. The first awakening or whatever quest line, where you have to make it through a gauntlet of challenging rooms with no healing, took me several tries. It was so refreshing. I got to unlock something and feel like I earned it. I have to properly avoid enemies or get wrecked. I have to use my abilities with proper timing and spacing, or I get swarmed. It has power fantasy moments which feel good. You also get punished hard if you let your guard down. I mean, properly avoiding enemies and using your abilities when it's appropriate are things that you can apply to content that isn't crazy difficult, but that's some of the ways you can make it more fun. That's something that I found fun in playing World of Warcraft, like finding some small little abilities that I can do that's different depending on what class I play. Maybe not even anything crazy, just small, tiny examples, right? Like using my tar trap on a hunter to slow down a pack of mobs, using my swirly, like vortex thing as a druid to keep things away while I fight them. You know, silences being relevant and having to kite at times, pull as many mobs as I can in an area and try to kite them around. It's fun for me. I found little ways like that to have fun. FXV can only do that now in the raids, which I've been banging this expansion the rest of the game, though. A shadow of what was, unfortunately. Okay. What YouTube video is this? Let me give you a link to it here in the chat. This is The Problem with Yoshi P from Ember's Arcade. Many people had been suggesting that I watch it, and I'm glad I did. It was pretty solid and enjoyable critique that was indeed honest sounding. Okay, let me give you the link for this. Turn my music back on while I look at the comments here. One sec. But for those of you that would like to see them innovate more, this is a question for chat. In what ways would you like to see things become more different? For me, a big one is class design. I think class design is a big one. Really, really big one. Here is your, here's the link to that video, by the way. Better open world content is another major one. For example, here in WoW, if I open my map, there is all kinds of shit on my map to get and to find and to do. So a lot of this stuff I've already done, but like there is, just looking at my map right now, there's rare spawns that if I kill them, I'll get reputation, which helps me in collecting things from that faction, like crafting stuff, like mounts, minions, transmog, or gear. Yeah, it says rep I can get from that. So there's the green skulls all around, green heads. It's all these like random enemies that could spawn that I could just go kill for reputation. I'll get that credit once a week, which is nice. So basically anytime I see a rare, I usually kill it. And that's like, that's fun for me. Stumbling upon a rare and killing it for the rep. You know, it's a small thing. We have different treasures. So the yellow boxes are treasures. Web-wrapped axe. It despawns when someone picks it up. And it will give you like a cool axe. Mysterious orb. You need to bring a pearl to the weary water elemental. There's like different minions and things. There's achievements for doing all this stuff. Turtles, thanks. Bring the fish to the sewer turtle. Wait a couple minutes. Interact with the turtle again. Bring it a fish. then go to the Dornagal and talk to the turtle again to spawn the final treasure, and you get a minion for that. The sewer turtle whistle. You know, this is just one zone, but there's a ton of there's also, of course, world quests that you can do. There's the delves now, which have been amazing to do by yourself or with a group. There's the weekly event going on. Like, if you look at any map in the entire freaking game, you're gonna see it covered with little things that you can just fly around and find and do. That's the purpose. We got dragon racing. We got rumors on this map, which is a different thing specific to that zone. And you can do this in the old zones too. All kinds of crap to find. And so that's the name of the game for an exploration enjoyer. This is Handy Notes add-on that I'm using. So it's not built into the game. Like the game doesn't show you this where the treasures are. I use an add-on for that. So you could just stumble upon the treasures and try to figure it out, but that's your choice. Legion order halls. Yeah, Demi, you recently did all those. But anyways, going back to looking here. BGM is a bit loud. Okay, I turned it down. Wasn't Zepla in OnlyFans? Yes, but they kicked me from it. So I don't know, maybe I could get back in there, but a big reason why, something that ties into WoW's open world being enjoyable is collecting things. For me as a casual player, I've been relatively casual since Dragonflight, though recently I started to get more serious. Collecting things has been a big part of my enjoyment of the game. So, getting the mounts, minions, transmogs, things like that, and WoW makes that a lot more fun to do because it's all tracked in my collection window. And it's all automatically added to my collection that is automatically usable by all my characters. The lack of the proper collection system in 14 is really a huge problem, I think. Because if we had it, if we had a proper collection system, I think it would make a lot of more content relevant for people that are casual. But as it stands, collecting things is just not fun. It's not fun. I like being able to, you know, look through crap that I don't have and try to go get it. You know? Like, that's fun for me. That's a fun thing to do. Did you ever see my wish list from, like, March? No, I didn't, Todd. Why don't you send it to me? Yep. Why don't you send it to me? But
Thank
now,
you,
apparently,
Optimus
we are
Prime.
getting this.
Anyone ever notice that M in the Mog Station logo looks like a Moogle bending over showing its butt?
Yeah, I've noticed that. I can't unsee it. Thanks for the 25-month resub, Luna. Appreciate that. Do you know how we get the War Bear anymore? Soda Poppin said the people you kick from OnlyFans only have to ask to be invited back in. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll join it back. 100% full of storage space on 14. It's not fun. There's no room for new glamour at all, and collecting things is out of the question. It's more than just a problem with collecting things requiring you to carry it yourself. It's a problem that leads into the other problems the game has, like storage space, like your retainers, not like you have to click on everyone individually. You can't see the shared bank across them all. And then that is separate. Your retainer storage space is separate from your glamour dresser space, which has to be, these items have to be manually added to the glamour dresser. And then that's separate from the armoire space, which you have to check separately within the glamour dresser, but you can't check it when you're checking your retainers. So all this bullshit is not fun. It's so convoluted. It's so complicated to try to go through all this stuff. It's just not enjoyable. Like, okay, I'm standing at the glamour dresser and I'm thinking, oh, I want a different chess piece. I want to look through the chess piece that I've already collected. Well, what I have to do, totally exit the user interface, walk over to the retainer belt, summon the right retainer, and then look through their stuff, take it out, bring it over, repair it. Can't just put it in there without it's a disaster. Okay, the system is totally unacceptable in its current state. And the fact that they added this outfits feature to the glamour dresser, like this is supposed to fix it. I feel like there's a level of complacency here with them not wanting to actually fix this thing. It's like, fix it. I don't know. I don't care what it's taking. It's been like this for 10 years. Surely somebody can find a solution to these problems. Just because we've always put up with it being like that doesn't mean it has to always be like that. Find a different solution. I don't know how, but damn, like, shit. We're supposed to be looking at the next 10 years of Final Fantasy 14. It's going to be like this for another 10 years. I don't know how you're going to keep competing with the other MMOs in the space. I don't know. It's frustrating because it's been really frustrating for me with The War Within, actually, because World of Warcraft is an older game. World of Warcraft came out in 2004. And with this expansion, they're like, well, we had to go into the back end and we had to change a lot of that ancient code that didn't allow for account-wide stuff. But I mean, it was really important to the future of our game, so that's why we decided to do it. And I'm like, holy shit. I can't believe it. That's possible. That you could go back and change that ancient code that doesn't suit the future of your game anymore. Cool. I don't know. It's irritating. Tencent fixed it for the, and then they have the audacity to fix all these things in the mobile version. And they know we're looking at it, and they know what we're thinking when we see it. And there's not a pipe or peep from them about it either. Okay, Todd. Oh, cool, thanks. Let me pull it up. I haven't seen this. What was I doing at the time that I missed it? I was just reading the comments. I shouldn't read comments before I watch it. WoW still needs a lot of back-end work. It lags when there's tons of players present. True. So while they haven't fixed all of their problems, at least they did make an effort to fix a bunch of the problems. There's credit that's massive to me. That's great. It's kind of funny how the tides turn. Shadowbringer Endwalker times with the WoW Exodus was the other way around. I know. But I actually came to 14 in the first WoW Exodus. Before that one, the one from WoD, Warlords of Draenor, that was when I joined. So I was... I'm actually a WoW refugee. From times past. The only reason I even tried FF14 was because WoW was in the gutter. I did not want to play it. I did not want to play it, but I was desperate at the time for a good MMO. And everyone said that Heaven's Word was really good, and they were right. I'm glad. But, yeah. Here we are. Okay, so your video. Todd, let me, if you don't mind, let me get up really quick, because I'm super thirsty. I only had coffee. Crazy, we now have FFXIV refugees. Never thought I'd see the day, right? I know. Was there a period in FF14 that was considered favorable, apart from Shadowbringers and Endwalker? Yeah, from what I understand, Realm Reborn was relatively well received. And, Heaven's Ward. And, while Stormblood might not have had the most crazy story, like amazing story all the way through, it was definitely coherent and logical story for the most part. And it went into some political nuance, which is a hell of a lot better than totally ignoring all of that. And it had a buttload of content. So Stormblood people were generally mad about the story, as I recall, but happy about the buttload of content that we were getting. Remember that Eureka had 4 gigantic dangerous zones in it. Let me get up and get some water. I'm extremely thirsty. Isn't this what you really want as a consumer? Yes. Actually, yes. That is true. We finally got competition, forcing them to evolve. Will it force them to evolve? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Let me get some water. I couldn't hear you, chat. Why didn't you tell me? Couldn't hear you this entire time. At all. God, this setup is so scuffed. I see you've put a lot of bunarchy in the chat. Thinking this is okay for some reason? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get you good. You are gonna get punished so hard for this because I've been too nice and the punishment hasn't been strong enough for you. God. What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance? Lady Baba. Where did the pumpkins have their meeting? In the gourd room. Oh my God. What do mermaids use to wash their fins? Tide. Stop. Oh, stop. Now you say stop. Oh, we wish we didn't bunarchy. Well, you should have thought about that before you did a bunarchy when I was going. You should have thought about it. You're so sad and so pathetic after you had your fun twerking and setting shit on fire and standing on tables just because I got up. This is what happens. I think it hurts Zepla more than us. It does. It hurts me more than it hurts you. Okay, I'm trying to keep you in line. Okay, we can't have bunarchy. All right? We need order and law in the chat. Now, anyways, let's watch the video. How did you know it's true lime time? I'm addicted. I'm addicted to these little things. Some of you know this already. I can't stop. Once you start, you can't stop with the true limes. You can't even see it. It's little lime packets. It's just crystallized lime. Hey, Zeiss. Stop it, Zeiss. Zeiss is always doing bunarchy, even if he's not using the emote. That's just, everything Zeiss says is a bunarchy. All the time. All the damn time with Zeiss. I don't even know what to do at this point. Okay, let's get going. To watch my good friend Lamatod's video, top 10 things Dawn Trail needs to be a massive success. So I like the sound of this video because this sounds like constructive feedback and I love that.
Hey everyone, get right into it. This is my top 10 wishlist updates for Final Fantasy XIV's upcoming expansion, Dawn Trail. These are in no particular order, except for maybe the last one. That's something that I really want to see.
This was before we knew how much fun we'd have
to the game. So please, be sure to watch to the end. Let's get started. Number 10, housing. Buying a private house can take longer than clearing an ultimate raid. You're going to pull your hair out trying to bid on a house on a popular data center. So, how do we fix this?
Right.
With instance housing options. Why not just make it so you can build your secluded mansion on your island sanctuary?
Right?
Maybe we don't want to stare at obnoxious lawn decorations in our neighbor's yard, and we'd like a bit more privacy so only our friends can come over, or those with a password. If we had the option to build our own house on the island, it could honestly free up a lot of real estate in the standard wards.
What a good idea.
Or just add more wards, a lot more. But
they put outdoor furnishings on your island. So they made it so that you can put outdoor furnishings on your island. If this is possible, then why not also indoor furnishings on a spot in your island? What's the issue? Do they just not do things until players just throw a massive tantrum about it? Is that what we have to do for every feature?
Let's have them in some cool new...
I don't know, because people have been throwing a tantrum about housing. I've been complaining about housing since I first started playing. It's been, God, 8 years or something now. And I'm probably going to never shut up about it, but they still don't do anything, so I don't know what it takes.
places, like who wants void housing, an underwater Ruby Sea housing, a residential district in the Crystarium or Old Charlayan? Or maybe, if you're a Chrono Trigger fan like me, you'd like to have a neighborhood in Elpis, where your home is on a magical floating island in the sky like the Kingdom of Zeal. Bottom line, players want housing, and we just need more. So let's help the homeless of Eorzea. Number 9. Cross data center
Housing is a massive problem. Housing should not be requiring a sub fee. Housing should be a feature that every player has access to and doesn't have to fight to the death in the housing wards to get access to. It's wild to me that you would even advertise housing as a feature your game has when the person watching the ad may not ever get access to it. Might not ever be able to do it. I just don't know. What would they do to the people who already have houses? They add a new type of housing that's instance that basically everyone can use. You know, like an island sanctuary. Only you can put your shit in it besides your outdoor furnishings. Like we were almost there. We almost made it there. And you know, I really believed that that would be it. I think I even remember at the media tour before Endwalker. I can't find it right now. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it never happened. Next.
Problems. There
Cross
are
DC.
a lot of folks who live on Primal, Crystal, and that other one who haven't seen their home server or free company in months, maybe years. Why? Because they're parked on Aether, using its party finder and faster, busier queues. What can be done about this? Well, a few things. Number 1, have a singular party finder listing for an entire region so people can hang out where they please and have access to the things they need on their home DC. Or, if that's too much, why don't we just allow FC buffs and chest access even while visiting another DC?
Yeah.
It's bad enough that link shells stop working.
That's a good idea.
You're simply unable to use many of the features of the game because you want to be on a more populated data center to run content.
That's
Let's
totally
allow trading,
reasonable.
or mailing your alts, or even just being able to add your alts to your friends list. Hoarders would rejoice and inventories would appear pristine once you're able to offload your trinkets and collectibles you've been saving since A Realm Reborn. Give us access to retainers and mailboxes, regardless of where you're visiting. It's exhausting to have to go back and forth to different DCs to get anything done. I'm happy we're able to travel.
It is.
It's a good start, but it can definitely be.
I was on Dynamis for a really long time. How long was I on Dynamis, chat? Do you remember? It was months, if not a year. I was there for very long. And people just basically called it the suburbs because you can go there to get a house, but then you have to travel constantly to data center travel to go to the to Aether if you want to do any actual content. I think that they were talking about doing some kind of a workaround for future content. Do you remember this? He was talking about like having a system where one data center is the preferred one that everyone's encouraged to go to for a particular thing. He was talking about this, I think, at the last live letter. But again, that is a band-aid. for the fundamental core problem of the game has. We've been living with this for so long and just accepting it as it is. Yes. Like, this is something that has been unbelievably refreshing for me as a person who's gone into World of Warcraft and started the guilds for EU and NA. Now, the problem with World of Warcraft is EU and NA are completely separate. That's a big gripe I have. I have to have 2 accounts for EU and NA, but most people are not in my situation. And so if you're on NA or EU, I can just say, well, it doesn't matter what server you're on. You can join our guild from any server and we can play. That is absolutely amazing. It doesn't matter anymore. And actually now, because I have an EU and NA guild, doesn't even matter what region, because we do both. But that's besides the point. Point is, having the flexibility to interact with the entire player base helps a lot. I look back on this, I feel like splitting off Chaos and Light for EU was a massively bad decision. And I also feel like this was a bizarre use of the tremendous resources that the game got at the height of its success, was to just buy all these extra data centers and servers that are being unused. I feel like this money would have been better invested back into fixing problems like the ones Todd is describing. So
Be improved and streamlined a bit more. Number 8, account-wide updates. Some of us have an alt addiction, and it can be a pain to manage all of them. Redo
Do you
story,
really?
unlock dungeons and
you really have all these
raids,
alts?
you name it. What I would love to see is the ability to have account-wide character progression, so you can easily have things like flying unlocked, aether currents, map discovery, shared seasonal quest completion, and even past raid tiers unlocked. Maybe this could be a choice when you start a new character, since there are some who enjoy a clean, fully immersive playthrough. For those who just want another character to help on other DCs and servers, it doesn't really add extra value to your gaming experience, and certainly not to your time when you have to go back and unlock a million things.
Yeah.
You're not getting anything new from it, and I would appreciate the convenience.
Why isn't this a feature? You've already done it. Oh, well, because I have to buy an extra skip potion if I want to get up to date on my alt. So, oh, and as for the account-wide mounts, I have to pay extra. I have to pay a premium for the mounts that are account-wide, because they're worth more. The whole account can use it, which is absolutely wild to me. They actually keep releasing new mounts that are single character only also, because I really struggle to have an alt. I have one and it has been a nightmare trying to level it, because even if you buy the skip right now, you still have to play through Dawn Trail. And I finished Urkopacha and I finished the Bird Zone, but friends, you know, I don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can do it again. I don't know. With 8.0, there will be a Dawn Trail skip.
I'd also like to see minions, mounts, glamours, anything cosmetic to be applied count-wide. Especially my 1.0 Mark of the 12. I need to flex that as much as possible.
Right.
I hate getting scammed from the online shop, purchasing the same item for multiple characters. I feel like those should just be shared. Emotes,
it's such a scam, though. But they're making way more money off of you for buying it every time for every character. So just
achievements.
I cannot. I don't. I do not do it.
Many of our cosmetic items should all be shared as well. What if we extended our glamour dresser to be account wide? We want to look good on our alts without all the hassle that comes with repeating content. Side note, maybe number 7.5, but SE, please fix your website.
Oh my God.
It's hard to navigate, it doesn't remember your one-time login, and is probably the biggest deterrent of new players who can't figure out how to register.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on the signing up for the game, registering the game, and using the website. God. It's probably one of the worst things that we just ignore, because if you're playing, you made it past it, and you probably want to forget that experience that you went through to try to give Square Enix money. It's just another thing that's what this video is actually, Todd. It's a little frustrating. It's not your fault. This is a little bit frustrating to watch this video because it's like you're just listing thing after thing after thing that feels like an antiquated system that should have been fixed by now, or should have made some progress at all towards fixing it. Like small steps, a plan, concept of a plan towards fixing these things. But it's like there's a total lack of any desire to solve these problems. Like, we're complacent with it and we're okay with it. That's the message that I get. It's been 10 years. Okay. At a certain point, you have to accept that they won't change these things. They won't fix it. Your hopium has to run out eventually. This is almost a year-old video. Like, how... You can't really hope for change here, I feel. Won't get anything like this until maybe 8.0.
Number 7, cosmetic additions.
Plus.
Now, we are getting additional dye options, but I'd love to see even more ways to customize the look of our glamours. I think the dye system from Guild Wars 2 is an amazing example of what we could have. Imagine permanently learning the dyes that you've obtained and having up to 3 ways to color your clothes. This needs to happen.
It's awesome.
It would also be cool.
You can also dye your mounts, but that's a separate.
Chocobo barding too. Let's increase the number of glamour plates. We just don't have enough. I want more, and right now we're very limited. I also think we should take a hard look at WoW's collection and transmog system, because having that in Final Fantasy XIV would be amazing.
Yeah.
You can see what pieces you own, what you're missing. You can even preview how it looks on your character. You'd be able to create multiple outfit sets or wish lists to track down. We could even see where to find certain pieces of gear. If it's crafted, a boss drop, an achievement, all of this info could be at our fingertips.
This information, more than being convenient, incentivizes casual play. It's a different type of play that you could do when you don't feel like raiding. Can you still technically do this by going to FFXIV collection website, looking through the different dungeon sets, and then trying to pursue them? Yes, you could, but the system, it's not... It is jank as hell to do that. Cross-reference an external website, and then if you're lucky enough to get the drops, then okay, put them in your retainer that is not going to be connected to your glamour dresser, that you would then have to take out, repair, and put in the glamour dresser, and then remove it again. But if you put it into the glamour dresser, it's going to remove all of the dyes. It's going to remove the materia from it, so you need to remove that first before you repair it, before you put it in the glamour dresser. And if you want to take something, if you run out of space in your glamour dresser, you need to take it out of the glamour dresser, you need to put it back in the retainer, and remember which one it is. If you can't remember which one it is, type /iSearch. Okay, like, it's just not fun. It's not fun. It's not a fun system. Not like in World of Warcraft, I find enjoyment collecting shit I won't even wear. Like ugly things that I will never use on my character for transmog, not even once, because it's ugly. It's still fun because I have crow brain and it's like, ooh, new shiny. Okay, it's not that hard to entertain me. I like picking up new shiny thing. New item collect? Yes. Feels good. I'm glad. Oh, a nasty ass old rusty boot. I needed it. I didn't have it.
fingertips, making it much easier to hunt down that certain look you were going for. After all,
Loot
fashion
goblin.
is the true in-game content.
It's so upsetting because the gear in Final Fantasy is so beautiful. So pretty. But
Adventurer plates and portraits need to be tweaked. Portraits shouldn't break as often, so we're met with
they
the
made
default
some improvement
yearbook blank stare when
to
we
this.
change anything.
Thank God.
I think we should expand the selection of
They
poses.
fixed it a little
even
bit.
unique ones like Shiva, to get a wider selection of action shots. And what if we could share a template of our design with others? Or even just be able to use it across our alts. We want to look good, and we definitely would keep it wholesome this time, right? Beards. We need more options, not some wispy, patchy chin strap. We need some fuller, longer beards, not limited to just Highland hewers. Give us more ways to customize our beards, and maybe in red, so we can look
It's very familiar. No, where have I seen him before?
like our favorite bald streamer.
Oh!
Butts. This has been requested over and over again. But all the butts in our game are flat, unless we wear 2B leggings, and that's it. That's our only option. 2B.
MVP this guy. Let's MVP Todd. Do you realize that this has been like the big thing I have been campaigning for since I started playing the game? This is like my biggest struggle, my biggest hill to die on.
Or not to be. If we had a butt slider, we could actually enjoy wearing other pants and leggings
You really
while
asked
showing
for
off
butt
our
slider.
backside with a set of squats. Honestly, more choices in character creation would put us on par with newer games.
Yeah, these
so
butts
our
are very
warriors of light
sad.
Feel less generic.
Very sad.
Lastly, Viera and Hrothgar need to be able to wear hats. I wish SE would devote resources into updating all of the helmets, hats, and trash cans to adequately protect their ears. Having all of these cosmetic
45 months. Thanks
Well-
for all the great content, Zep.
Geekagasm, thank you very much for the 45-month resub. I do appreciate it. In terms of hats, players have figured this out. I mean, there is a way. People just use mods for it. So, I feel like... Do you feel like maybe people becoming so used to using mods to fix that problem that it made the community less vocal about it? Because if a person wants to fix it personally, they can. And so people stop really asking.
updates and more variety into our customization would be phenomenal and a
But
must-have
again-
for future games if you want to stay competitive. Number 6. This is a big one.
A lot of this stuff is just so obvious that why the players have to cry and scream and ask constantly for these basic things, right? Like,
Raid and dungeon content. I think the biggest problem Final Fantasy XIV is facing here is that there's barely any mid-core content. What do I mean when I say that? Well, probably something about as hard as an extreme trial, somewhere in that ballpark area. Easier than Savage, but harder than normals. I feel things are either too easy or too hard for your average player.
Yeah.
And we need more mid-level content or even a progressive difficulty dungeon system.
now, normal, unreal, extreme, savage, ultimate. Well, now they've added new content, which is the chaotic alliance raid, which I would say is harder than savage because it's 24 people that need their shit together, and that's very difficult. So I would say it's around here. I would absolutely adore a Mythic Plus tile system in 14, but I think that it's probably not gonna happen. But I would like that. However, in the past, when I brought it up, people were kind of opposed to it every time I brought it up in the past, there's always been people in the chat that say it's a bad idea. And I just don't really understand why. Like, don't you want more difficulty choices? Like, I think the raids should have more difficulty options, and I think the dungeons should have more difficulty options. Hard 0, hard 10, hard 20. I mean, I think this would be really fun. You think that chaotic is not harder than savage? Where would you put it here? Before savage is definitely a lot harder than an extreme. I leave for a while and come back and blonde hair is gone. What is happening in this world? Yeah, thank you. This is my natural hair color. I went back to it. Bringing back hard alone would help. Yes, I think so.
That way, these players gradually improve their skills and learn their jobs so that Savage and beyond will be far less daunting. Variant and Criterion dungeons are a great start to this, but I feel they're one and done in most cases.
Yep.
Perhaps if we had a Mythic Plus style dungeon system, or something that allowed us to replay our favorite dungeons from past expansions, but they are far more challenging. Hey, I'm down for Mythic Plus and Time Walking in 14, or simply just an extension of our Unreal Trials, applying it to dungeons and raids.
I love this idea. Unreal Dungeons. And just keep giving us like a lot of old dungeons from the past. Like, let us just maybe have harder version of the dungeon that you could apply different maybe debuffs to yourself or buffs to the enemies for, that would let you access some more of these dungeons overall. Because there are a lot of interesting dungeons that have been made, but we kind of don't see them again, especially if you just do your expert roulette and that's it. Like, you're not really seeing that many dungeons.
Give us more rewards too. We need to
M Plus is the best system out right now. I don't even play WoW, and I think it's the best. I love M Plus. I love everything about M Plus. I always have a good time. Well, because I go with the guild. So, community stuff out of the way. It's really fun. What I love about M Plus is choosing difficulty levels so I don't get overwhelmed, but you can learn the mechanics in a safer way, but in a way that's still, it keeps you on your toes. It's not super easy, but it's hard enough that you pay attention. You learn these mechanics, and then you can push yourself to do them better and better and better. As much as you want. What I love about M Plus is I finish an M Plus dungeon, and I usually feel like I learned something. It's very rewarding for me, because I think about what I could do better next time. I think about what I learned about different enemies that I'll remember next time. And then that next time you get a sense of mastery, because what you remembered will come in handy. Like, for example, one time I was in Necrotic Wake and there was an enemy coming towards me that I needed to like move away from, because he fixates and it will do an attack on you. And I thought I was far enough away, but I wasn't, and I got killed the first time. But then I remembered it for the future, and I thought, okay, he's going to hit you from closer than you think. So in the future, I moved further back. And that was actually an amazing moment for me. This is like a small example of getting that mastery over the dungeon and feeling like every time I'm rewarded for what I've learned. I'm rewarded for the effort I already put in, so that next time I'll have a better time, and then we can maybe help other people too. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's really fun. Dungeons are... I also love in a dungeon. I think in general, WoW has pretty great class design, but in a mythic dungeon with few people, only 5 people in there, you can really see the special things your particular class brings to the table. That is awesome. Like, I like being on a hunter with my bloodlust pet out, or I have I'm on a shaman or a class that can do bloodlust for the first boss and the last boss if needed. That's fun to be able to offer that to the team. Having the unique buffs that I can offer to the team is great. Having on Shaman, you know, I'll put up my capacitor totem that stuns enemies. It like everybody every couple of seconds, which feels very strong. You know, these little unique class specific interactions that I can do that are so rewarding. There's like an enemy far away that's, you know, fighting us, but the tank couldn't pick it up yet. I'll just throw a freezing trap on it as a hunter, and I feel like I've really contributed. I've really helped. It's awesome. It's the small things like that that just kind of add up and make me feel like I'm here for a reason. And isn't it great? We brought a hunter me today because I did this, and this that was unique to what a hunter can do, or on druid, you know. It's I feel like this is something that I don't experience in Final Fantasy Dungeons currently. I just don't, because I feel like I'm just spamming AoE buttons. And there's really not a lot you need to worry about because they're not hard. So there's room for improvement there.
Incentivize dungeons as well. Maybe we have unique trinkets and accessories that only work inside these special dungeons. Let us earn side grades, twines, shines, glamour items, dyes. Please, just anything other than boring materia. I feel that's just a lazy reward.
Materia is such
I also
a shit
think
reward.
Alliance gear should be equal in eye level to Savage gear, because basically it's just a cosmetic piece of armor. It would help gear up our second, third, fourth, however many jobs that you have a bit faster than praying for the right drops in Party Finder. By making this gear on par with Savage, you give players a reason to run it for more than just a coin and a chance at a glamour piece. Increase the tombstone cap and unlock the raid sooner. The very next patch after a raid tier is released is when we should have them unlocked so we can farm them. It will take you several months otherwise to gear up 2 to 3 jobs, especially if you don't have a static to farm with. Waiting 8 months for a tier to unlock is far too long. Raiders can be locked into a single role or job if there's an ultimate raid being released right after a Savage tier. Additionally, we could have more raiders being able to flex multiple roles in Party Finder to help their friends and pugs clear content, while also not
It is wild that there's 8 months between the raid
screwing
tiers.
them out of loot because they've already cleared for the week. Some jobs best in slot also requires a ton of tombstones, so you're out weeks if you want to gear up something else. I would love to see these restrictions relaxed a bit. You may even see more Party Finder groups as a result. Number 5. Party Finder and Raid Tools. Cross DC Party Finder listings. I mentioned this before, but it's worth bringing up again. A master listing would be awesome. We should be able to access a central PF based on our region. I'd also like to be able to join listings on alts if I've cleared on my main, and make it so it shows which role I've cleared.
Is there a website for this at this point? I wouldn't be surprised if players find a way to put this on a website first. Do you know? Players have figured this out yet? Chaotic rewards are great. Yeah, I mean, chaotic definitely has a much better rewards. Yeah. That was something that they heard and improved on. So maybe there is hope.
To fight on. I want to be able to communicate with a PF leader as much as possible without
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. What's it called? What's it called?
without having to hop on different characters to prove anything. What if we had a native raid simulator in game? 14 does not do a great job of preparing you for in-game content. Imagine Stone Sky Sea, but you could pick your raid and mechanics you want to practice. This wouldn't be readily available on release of a new raid tier, but perhaps add it to a later patch to help struggling players.
Hey, Todd. Do you remember Duty Recorder? Do you remember that? That's a feature that's still in the game, but that is completely useless. It was completely useless when they released it, and it's still useless now. And when did they release it? It was added in patch 4.2 of Stormblood. Yeah. So 7 years it's been since we got it. And I remember checking it when it came out and thinking, oh wow, this is so cool. I can watch the fight that we have done like in this 3D scenario where it's like a 3D, it's just the fight recorded and you can watch it and you can pause it and you can go backward and go forward. I feel like this is it could have been such a fantastic tool for players to use to communicate what you're describing. But instead, it is yet another abandoned feature that was never improved upon in any way. Was that a feature they removed? Or something unofficial? Oh, they didn't remove it. It's still in the game. It's just half-baked. It was always half-baked and they never improved it in any way. You can basically, why doesn't it work? Well, you record a couple of minutes, like seconds of the fight, and then it stops working. So you can't see the whole fight, usually. It's a disaster. So I remember they announced that they were going to give us the raid planner in game, at least. Maybe not the 3D thing you're showing here, but the raid planner where you could share the map of the arena with other players and communicate that way. And then that never came to fruition either.
Players beat the learning curve without having to feel any embarrassment failing in pugs with other players. This is the #1 reason I hear why some people don't raid. They don't want to wipe the group. Well, now they'd have a chance to practice on their own time to gain that confidence they need to join a pub.
Well, you could do that with follower dungeon already, like trust dungeon, trust trial.
Learning party. If that's too much to ask, then what if we expanded the Hall of the Novice to have higher difficulty challenges?
They did add Hall of the
we could have the
more
Hall
advanced
of the Raider,
player.
which will teach
I forgot what it's called.
raid mechanics.
They
tank
did
swaps,
improve Hall of the Novice.
mitigation checks,
That's a good
defensive
thing.
cooldowns, debuff management, boss positioning, and raid awareness of other allies, and then maybe a Hall of the Savage Champion after you graduate from that one with even more intense scenarios. Or we could be
But I really like this list that
sneaky
you have here. Tank swaps, defensive cooldowns, boss positioning. This is Tancred. Hey! Like DPS training, exercise 13. A test of your reflexes.
graduate from that one with even more intense scenarios. Or we could be sneaky and teach raid mechanics through the mini games in the Gold Saucer. There's definitely a need to have more training tools to help aspiring raiders tackle
This was
the challenge.
actually really helpful to teach players about acceleration bomb and about the hand, the spinny hand thing. So this was actually a pretty good thing for that, except for the
in content.
it also taught players about the lag that the game has embedded into it. So
Number 4, the chat window. My main problem with the chat window has to do with its menus. Often, when you receive a tell and try to respond or invite them to your party, you're instead met with an error.
God, it's so bad.
If you have an option in a menu, it should just work. You shouldn't have to open up your
Todd. True. How dare you say these things, Todd? Can't you see that you're being so critical? Am I dumb? Todd, I just feel like you're a little out of line with your video, okay? I just feel like you're being really toxic and entitled. They're trying the best they can, Todd.
Instead, met with an error. If you have an option in a menu, it should just work. You shouldn't have to open up your social tab and drill down to your friends list or crossword link shelf for the same result just because it's broken in chat. Please, fix these menus. Also, chat bubbles. NPCs have them, and we want that option, especially if you're an RP enjoyer.
You know what? I was talking to someone in World of Warcraft the other day. We were having a conversation, and I'm like, oh, my dungeon just popped. I have to go. Sorry. Oh, we can't talk anymore. Bye. Because that's... I've been trained by Final Fantasy 14. I thought about it. I didn't realize this till like days after, actually. When I'm like, wait a minute. They probably thought I was being super rude. Yeah, bye. Can't talk.
Number 3, link shells. It's my wish to only have link shells. Let's give them all cross-world functionality, then just remove the bloat. I also can't remember the last time I used a fellowship, but I do know what I've seen when perusing the...
What the fuck? 18 plus Discord for kinky roleplay.
I do know what I've seen when perusing the Finder. I'd say
Kinky.
remove them if they don't really serve much of a purpose, or just give those features to existing link shells.
Become a MILF today. His name is Man, I Love Foraging. If you love working with your hands or working in some... Look, that's hilarious. I also see Ascian Apologists. I'm ready to join that one.
We could simply merge all of these features together into one cohesive communication tool.
What?
Then, let's increase the member cap and the number of link shells you can join or create. We want to make it easier to socialize and communicate with our friends, static members, and online communities. Then we can stay connected to all of our link shells regardless of what DC its members are on. Number 2.
This makes too much sense. But I feel like this, your feedback, you're just asking too much. Okay, you're asking for way too much. Using features in the game to make them better so they work with the other communication features we have.
Cosmic exploration. Not much is known about this, but here's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
What if it were like a sandbox-style environment, where you can build bases and other structures, collect resources, learn more and explore other worlds, and even earn new mounts, minions, crafting materials, you name it.
Maybe.
It could very well be a reconstruction-style instance where we help rebuild a zone over several phases, and I'm all for that. It needs to be a gigantic playground for all gatherers and crafters. Let's add some jump puzzles, riddles, treasure maps, exploration dungeons chock full of materials to gather and refine. This could also be a way to tie in crafting relics and their upgrades. I'm excited at the potential this content has, and I hope it delivers in a big way. And finally, number 1. If you know me, you probably guessed it. My biggest wish is for the friends list. I can't stand the friends list. It takes forever to load, and anytime you hit any other menu, it closes it, causing you to reload and wait for your whole list to repopulate.
Listen, nobody hates the friend list. more than Llama Todd. I'm telling you this. Like, I hate it. I really hate it. And I think a lot of us do hate it. But nobody hates it as much as Llama Todd because like every time I talk to Todd, he brings it up. At the media tour, I was there when he brought it up with Yoshi P. And I was there when we heard Yoshi P be like, I think, Todd, didn't you, what your question was like, why can't we have a friends list that works? Like the one in that the BattleNet has? And Yoshi P was like, well, you know, Blizzard has a lot of resources that they put into, that they can put into that big game, you know? Do you remember that? Of course you do. It was a very, his response was very like, reminded me of small indie company. We're a small indie company and we just can't I mean. It's a core memory. Yeah. They just Hex, thank you very much for the 36-month resub. I do appreciate that.
Not only that, but it's not clear who is truly online. You have to click on a small icon next to your friends' names to see if they're actually on. Why?
That's right. You have to click on it and then
doesn't it just know this? We need
doesn't know.
a
You have
modern-
to ask it. Is this the worst friends list in gaming? Might be. Yeah, you have to click on it and ask the game, hey, is my friend online? I mean, at this rate, you could just write your friend a message on Discord and say, hey, FX to be
friends
offline.
list, one that instantly loads and doesn't care what server or DC people are on. We should also make it easier to sort through your friends too, and let's include a notes field. People change their names, and I can't keep track of that. It would be nice to make notes so you know it's someone's alt, or someone you met in a raid that was awesome to play with. Let us sort and filter by last seen online, and make it much easier to remove and add people without repopulating the list every single time. Also, blocking and unfriending should be a two-way removal system. I don't want to be seen on someone else's list if I remove them. It's awkward. And I don't want them to see me
Didn't they
or
improve
to
that?
know that I'm online. If I remove them, my name should be removed from their list as well. Next, how cool is it when you hop into a dungeon and you randomly run into a buddy you didn't even know was online? Well, WoW has a great feature where you can see what your friends are up to
Yeah.
in-game and even join their groups if they're queued up for something.
Yeah, that's true. That's really nice. And you can even see, like, in the guild, when someone's queuing up for something, and you can choose to, like, request an invite to what they're doing, and then so you guys can go together. Because they want you to play together. Because you're online at the same time, and you could do that thing together instead of alone.
Well, your friend needs a fourth man for expert? Well, let's jump in and help. Oh, they need some bodies to farm EX trials or do some Savage prog. Hunt for some glamours, PvP. You use Quick Join to sync up with your buddies.
That would be so cool. It would be so nice.
I think
Quick
we could
join.
benefit from this feature, and it could be extended to Duty Finder, Party Finder, pretty much any instance content. You can see what your friends are up to and just join them.
But it would be a problem. This is a feature that would need to be built upon other changes, like seeing everybody where they're at cross-world, like being able to just easily jump into different dungeons and raids cross-world. Like I don't want to lose hopium because this is really, really good constructive feedback, and all of these things would definitely make the game much better. But at this point in the game's life, I admit that I'm starting to lose hope that anything will change. Because these are problems that are extremely obvious, Todd. These are rational and clear problems that it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to see. Okay, like these are things that they absolutely know about and that they are not fixing on purpose because they think other things are a bigger priority. Like I would rather not have new jobs and have a low definition character in exchange for even a couple of these features. Like I don't need shiny metallics. What I need is a friends list that works. Okay? Like, I'm great that they spent all this time and money and resources in the graphics update and all, but I really feel like the fundamentals of the game need improvement more desperately than the game needs a new coat of paint on it.
It'll keep us more connected. We should also have the ability to send friend requests if they're offline. It could just be a pending request. Or
This is the reason why we have Discord, Todd. Did you know that? It's true. This is the truth. FF14's communication and friends list and social features are so fucking bad that because of it, we actually have a program called Discord. Discord was developed by an FFXIV player. Born from frustration with trying to communicate in Final Fantasy XIV. That is a fact. So, I mean, it's... that is the truth. And how long ago was Discord created? When was Discord released? 2015. So, a player who was frustrated created a chat communication system that has become one of the biggest and most important chat programs in the world. Faster than Square Enix moved a finger to solve any of these problems. That's why I lose hope, Todd. That's why I'm losing hope. Okay, it's been 10 fucking years. This is crazy. Like, at a certain point, you have to admit they're not changing anything.
we could just have the friends list available even when you're not inside the game.
Yes, that was Heavensward.
It could be something much like how Steam has its friends list set up, or how Battle.net does it. You simply just have to have the launcher up. And
Well, Yoshi P straight up told you no at the media tour.
access your friends list. And hey,
He really threw his hands in the air and was like, well, it's resources. Honestly, I'm tired of this excuse.
you can even extend that to...
I'm tired of the resources excuse, and I'm tired of the spaghetti code excuse because it's getting old. Like shit. At this point, figure it out. That's what you do with the money.
have the launcher
Anyway.
up, and you can access your friends list. And hey, maybe we can even extend that to the link shells that we're in, so we can further enhance our communication. We
And
kind of
Yoshi.
already have a version of this with the companion app, but
Companion
it only
app.
communicates from app to app with no messages going to friends in-game.
So Todd, when you made this video, you didn't know that the mobile version would have all that you asked for? Okay. Yeah, at the point when you made this, you just didn't know that it was...
It's also mobile only, so there's no native desktop chat client.
No.
There seems to be a framework for
So
a
don't
chat
even worry
client.
about Companion App
We
is
just need to be able
Jover.
to talk to
It
our
doesn't-
friends,
it's
read
over now.
companies, and link shells in-game from it. Additionally,
Alistair, thank you for the 5-month resub.
having the sorting features, notes, and seeing what your friends are doing would be a godsend. This has potential to strengthen our community and to more easily connect with our friends who may not use Discord or hang out on Twitch. With the current state of link shells being unreliable, an update is sorely needed. Then we should have the ability to set our privacy level, so we can be displayed as online or invisible or do not disturb. Maybe we're in a progression setting. Whatever the reason, but we should have some more customization to our friends list, and it should be way more functional and user-friendly than we currently have. please, please, please update the friends list. Well, that's all I got for now. What would you like to add to your own wish list? Let me know in the comments below, and please.
Todd, this is a really great video. And even though you released it 9 months ago, it's still extremely current. And something tells me that you could release this video 9 years from now and it will still be current, because that's really where we're at. It's that situation. I think of myself as a fairly optimistic person, but I also acknowledge that at a certain point, you need to acknowledge the reality too. Okay. And let me share a link to this video, Todd. Thank you very much for making the video.
Like and subscribe to this channel if you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in Dawn Trail.
That's Todd's video right there in the chat. Thank you so much. Oh, kitty! Yeah, kitty! Kitty! Good. Oh, kitty. He's so cute. Cat tax. Cute. I've been yelling about getting WoW transmog system in 14 for years. Let me unlock an appearance once. Well. For housing, they essentially just need to add the ESO housing system on top of what we have now. Let us be able to buy houses all over the world, and let us be able to have them all at once. Hats. Let me discard, meld, extract, repair, equip, etc. my items while talking to a vendor or a retainer. It's not the worst problem, but it's really annoying, and no other MMO has this. It's crazy that for developers that seem so obsessed with removing pain points for the player and removing any points of friction, that they don't address the biggest ones, like these. So thank you for making the video. Yes. Okay. The sad reality is they'll keep the QOL updates for mobile only and give us the usual excuse for PC and console. That is a fact. That is a fact of life. Oh, hold up. Okay. You okay, Zep? You got getting sick. I have been sneezing like crazy. I've been coughing. I wouldn't be surprised if I have a touch of a cold or something. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's that time of year where it's getting cold outside and we got freezing rain a lot. But I love it, man. It's so much better here being cold than hot. I much prefer it. I'm feeling all right, though. I went swimming yesterday. I'll be surprised if FXV survives another 3 years at the snail pace it's going. Oh, I think FXV is going to survive no matter what. I think it is going to lumber on and on. And it is, excuse me, it is not going to just die suddenly. There will always be new players joining and going through the story. Maybe in-game players will leave, but like maybe less and less people, maybe there will be less and less hype over time. Maybe less and less people stay long term, but I think that it will just continue to go on and on while people become apathetic whenever they become frustrated waiting for change. I really don't envy the devs. I'm sure they want to make it better as well. It's just they need to prioritize these stuff and put the money into it. They do need to prioritize these things. They need to prioritize, for sure. I think they've made some questionable decisions with money that they have received. We've been over while watching this video, like the choice to make certain data centers and new worlds, the choices to honestly, I feel like the graphics update, I'm happy for it. The game looks beautiful, but if I had the money, I would have spent it on something more fundamental to fix the core issue. A core issue like appearance, like cross-world connectability, like social systems, these kinds of things. Netcode. I feel like that's more important in terms of the problems that we have. But that's my opinion. I'm not a dev. Okay. Many people say they don't even notice much with the graphics update. Yeah, I've heard that. I notice it. I mean, it's better, but a lot of time and money was spent on that. And a lot of time and money was also spent on the Realm Reborn revamp, where they only deleted 13% of those quests. Now, have you heard people completely stop complaining about Realm Reborn since that happened? No. But there was a lot of time spent on that too. And it's still got issues. It's not like, holy shit, Realm Reborn after the revamp was just night and day. It's so different, it's so good. Like, it hasn't really felt like that. And they spent a lot of time on money on that too. So it's just they keep, I don't know about their priorities. But, okay, so let's do stuff. Yep. Other stuff I could look at maybe tomorrow. Because I want to play. Play a game. Have fun and play game and have fun and game. Yeah. Wow. Moles, levers, and dungeons await. Yeah. Alrighty. Let me close this out. Play video game. Turn off the tavern music. Turn on the actual video game music. Yeah, let's do Molin. I'm on EU right now. If Bun Buns want to hop along for it. I also need to get out of this Christmas outfit. Here in Tor. Okay, I need to change my outfit because I'm in the Christmas one and it's not a good look. What do we have? Eternal Dragon Stalker from the event? No, I don't want that. Lightless Scavenger. That's my go-to, what I've been using for War Within so far. Winterborn Knife. This is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Alright. Bye, Rudolph. Oh, I have a vault stuff. I bet my vault is just horrible. I bet my vault is no good. Legend Tater, thank you very much for the 7-month resub. Oh, and Ember's Arcade, thank you so much for subbing. I also really appreciate you making that banger video. I'm really proud of those of y'all willing to speak up about the state of the game. Because even now, although the climate is easier today than it was, like in Heavensward or Stormblood, to complain about Yoshi V, there is still a very, very rabid section of the player base that will lose their minds if you have anything critical to say, even if it's constructive. And so I salute you for choosing to subject yourself to that. Because you must, like, you must care about the game to do this to yourself. To go through that. Oh, this has got mastery on it. It's probably better for me. Crit and mastery. I'm sure that's better. That's gotta be an upgrade. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, getting rid of Rudolph. I've got more rewards. My game is loud. Oh shit. How is that? Is that better? Can you hear me better? Brave to put Yoshi P in the title. Yes. This is Poo Poo. Okay. I have so many alts. That's the reason why my vault is usually really bad. Because I just love alts. Okay. I have one guy in my DMs who wants to kill me for that video. But that's just one guy. Most of the reception has been positive. And that disagreement has been fairly polite. Oh, the disagreement. Yeah, I've experienced some of that as well. But they're just crazy people. I find this incredibly bizarre and counterintuitive. I just cannot begin to fathom the thought process of someone who would rather you shut up rather than say what you really feel and be honest. Like, even if you don't agree with them, why would you rather that they shut up? I mean, it just, to me, it reflects an insecurity that is really odd. Okay, let's... Molin. Press 1 to mole. I will go down there right now. For moling, you need to be level 70 plus, and you need to have access to the Ringing Deeps. That's it. We are currently doing this on EU. Let me invite you. Ah! Lento, I'm gonna make you a, Actually, I can't. I have to convert to raid first. Okay. Promote to assistant. Because it's hard for me to do that. I'm doing too many things. Okay. I'll invite you, Daggy. Make you assistant too. Okay. Oh, nice headphones. Or earmuffs you got there. I'm gonna go to lever 1 and wait. It's always a good time for moling. I know. Oh my god, it's been so long I forgot where to... I forgot where to molin at. Oh no, I found it. Okay, great. When is the next normal raid for NA? That's a good question. I need to ask the officers because I wanted to change my schedule so that I'm not streaming on Wednesday. So I'm thinking maybe it would have to be on a Tuesday. I need to talk to the officers about it and we'll organize. But I'm not the only one who organizes raids. Other buns also organize raids. So you can check the schedule. Sorry, I thought you meant FXIV. Oh. How do you feel about the War Within story? I actually felt things during the cutscenes. I cried at the end. I loved it. I thought that there was some really beautiful... hold on. I thought there was some really beautiful character contrasts that happened between, with Ilaria and Anduin talking to each other. Like, Anduin feeling kind of out of sorts and sad and feeling this despair because he'd been alienated from his own power in a way that was similar to what Ilaria was feeling. And then like her having to learn how to trust others more was really beautiful, with Anduin also like coming to that realization with learning to reach out and not become so withdrawn. Oh, I'm at 1. I also thought that they had taken a page out of Final Fantasy XIV's book by including cutscenes where your character is the badass of the cutscene. I've never seen this before in World of Warcraft, but they did it a few times with War Within, and I was really proud of them. It really felt like the effects of FF14 on the story, so I was really happy to see that. 1453. Anyone is at 2? Is anyone at 2 or need a map pin? Yeah, I felt things and I was surprised. It felt very human and that was nice. Yeah, it really gave me, I definitely had a better time with it than Dawntrail. I can't believe I'm saying that. I cannot believe I'm saying this. But unfortunately, this is the state of the world that we are in now. I remember, hold on a second. Is everyone ready? We can still accept more buns if anyone wants to go, but we need somebody at lever 2. I really liked Farron as a character looking back on this story because I feel like she's very direct and she's a good commander. She's also like, her job is to push into the dark, push into the darkness. And there were times in this story where they show you that other military leaders were afraid to do that, but she had this fearlessness that I thought was pretty well shown rather than told with the Cobus situation. Okay, you're at 2? Okay, great. Let's do ready check. Ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go. We have spawned the boss. Now we're gonna go meet up at it, and it has a chance to drop a mount, which is the name of the game. Hopefully we'll get moles for some of our buns. If I get one, I can just trade it. Was Farron the one-armed paladin lady? Yes.
We've got
Yeah, I really
hostiles.
liked her actually.
We need to step up and engage them. We want to preserve this place.
Yep. I think one of my favorite parts, there was a lot of really good moments in the War Within story, but one of my favorite parts was when Farron and Anduin are in the cave and he's like, I can't breathe and I'm suffocating. And it was sort of this, I felt like a spiritual metaphor. And Farron was teaching him that he just needs to let go and move on. And that, like, It's also not that easy to just decide that everything is okay, but you don't have to. You can just keep going forward. And I thought that was really, really well done. There was a lot of really nice moments, man. Like the moment after that, you know, in the tavern. Okay, we can fight us. Where everybody is meeting up together to like... chat, and you're part of that conversation. That was one of those, another one of those moments that felt a little bit FF to me, but like in a good way. Reminded me of... It was just like a nice time to chat and catch up with everyone. Hear what's on their mind, hear what they're going through, hear what they're thinking about. Oh, you got... Yes. Oh my god. We got a mole. We got a mole. We got a mole dropped. Oh. Roll for mole. Roll for mole. $46 and $45. Oh my god. Oh my god. Congratulations, Eyes. Congrats on your mole. Let's see it. Let's see the mole. Do we still have to go into a dungeon if we're cross-faction? Oh, yeah, I think so. I think so. It's sad what Dawntrail's done to Final Fantasy. Kind of feels like their personal Shadowlands. It really, really does. It really does, because I remember playing through Dawntrail and I'm talking to my friend about it, and I was just experiencing despair the entire time. And I remember while I was going through, at one point I'm like, well, this isn't as bad as Shadowlands, because at least they didn't like retcon how souls work and how the afterlife works. At least they didn't do irreparable damage to the lore of the game. I remember saying this, and my friend's just like, why don't you just keep playing, then? Just keep playing. Yes. It'll be fun. This is fine. That did not age well. No. Does a delve count? You can check. Okay, I'm gonna head back to Dornagal. Actually, I'll just be lazy. Teleport. I need a stable master to put the Rudolph away. I appreciate the balance of dialogue and gameplay. That is something that I've definitely felt playing other games, not just World of Warcraft, but with going through story and Genshin Impact, going through story and Stario. There's just so much more gameplay intermingled with.
Please proceed.
We're still processing the data in the archive.
Oh, that's a good one. Titan Fragment.
But the discs we've recovered so far in the archive.
Okay, let me pause this. There's a lot more gameplay intermingled with story, and gameplay that serves the story. So it doesn't feel like it's, oh crap, here's some gameplay in the way of what I'm doing. It's more like, oh, it makes complete sense that this enemy is here. Or I need to deal with this problem now at this point. That's how like, we make the game feel more immersive. Okay. Where the heck is the stable master, y'all? Oh, there he is. There he is. Somewhere around here. Hi! I'd like to stable my pet. Oh, you can't see this window, can you? Put in the stable. Okay. Normally, I just play with my Peepo. My sprite darter. That's my boy. That's my guy. Okay, so time walking dungeons, we can do that with the buns, or I can go do the Kirin Tor quest, which I'm also pretty interested in. So either one is solid choice for me. What do y'all think? I also need to unlock Siren Isle, so I have a ton to do, in fact. Zep, check your story progress in the menu. What menu? Here? Continue the campaign. Oh, I don't think I finished the story on this character. What character was I doing story on? For this account? This is my main. It just feels like Blizzard learned a lot and improved their game a lot in Dragonflight, and now there's one thing that I felt that they learned. Ultimately, it all came down to one thing and one thing only. Are they listening? That's it. I mean, I've listened to the whole conversation with the Blizzard devs all this time. All the years, I listened to every interview, I watched all the videos. I've been watching and awaiting WoW's progress for all these years because it's a game that meant so much to me. And there's only one thing that changed whenever they went to shit, and there was only one thing that changed when they got better. And it was they're listening or they're not listening. That's very simple, actually. Like, everything else that's good will result from that. Now, in BFA, I remember Preach having interviews with the Blizzard devs, and he's trying to explain problems that need to be addressed. And I remember devs saying things like, well, we understand that's what you want, but we think that doesn't go with what our plans are. So we know that that's what you want, but we know better, actually. So I remember this. And of course that's okay sometimes. Like, of course there needs to be times when a developer can say that, but there's a limit. There's a point when you saying that is getting in the way of you actually hearing helpful criticism that you actually need to improve, you know? Can't go far in either direction. See you later, Rob. Take care. So which quest is it? Dawn or Alaria? Lingering Shadows seems like the one. But I'm... Am I ready for Plunderstorm 2? No. Yes, but no. You know, I got Plunderlord on 2 accounts last time. So. Alaria. This is it. This is a nice quest UI add-on. Thank you. It's called Dialogue UI. I love it. It helps me just focus on what they're asking me to do. Okay. When we face Alitath's forces in Hallowfall, I sense something dark just beneath the surface. Something that was not her, but it still troubles me. Oh! Is that Bunarchist dropping a yes? We have a Bunarchist in the chat. Okay. I sense something darkness beneath the surface. Something that was not her, but it still troubles me. I've learned that running into every situation myself is not always the best tactic. Hey. That's growth. That's character growth that she got from the main story. Sometimes a leader must step back to see the field. So I send you. Well, that's a nice way of saying I'm gonna make you go do it. Okay. Let's go. I don't want to be Draenei. I want to be my night elf. Yay! Why don't you set that thing down when I'm on a shaman, when I don't want to be night elf? I mean, when I want to be night elf. Okay, so we're going to Hallowfall. And there's one way to do that. If you're lazy, and you're me, there is one way I like to do that. Turn the character voices on. Oh, did I mute character voices? I might have. Because of that guy screaming in the 20th anniversary area. I didn't mind it the first 100 times. Yeah, you're right. I turned off the dialogue. I'm so used to FF14. I'm not expecting VA.
We have suffered with its complement of cannons.
But there is VA.
Wait. Who are those intruders?
Okay. Where'd she go? There she is.
I pray for the flame to show us the way.
Nice. We came such a long way since. Don't you guys have one? We really did. Oh, Belladar. We just missed it. Return to where Ilaria sensed the black blood. So, the Undermine patch is coming up pretty soon. I saw it's on the PTR now, isn't that right? And, that's gonna be the new raid, which will be really fun to do with the Bun Buns. I'm really looking forward to that. I didn't do Heroic this time for Narrowbar Palace. But maybe there's still time?
Do not lose hope, Anon. They will be safe.
Oh, it's my people!
I have seen it.
Oh my god. I really want to be a Haranir bad. Because they're bat people like me.
So, your path leads you here.
Give me Haranir Shaman! Dang it! Yeah, you know what? I do miss his screaming now. Isn't that funny? I didn't expect to see you here, but then you always manage to show up where there's something interesting, don't you?
The world watch over you.
I don't know what prompted you to come here, but we could use your help. We came to investigate signs of the black blood in this area, but the creatures overwhelmed us. Several of us are still out in the field. You're hale and hearty. Go find my people so they can return. If you have the strength, take a closer look at the strange flowers that grow from the blood that seeps from the ground. Ugh.
This is not the time for visions, Orwena.
Okay.
Our people need help right now.
And help has arrived. We can still see this through.
I help. Some of these creatures are stronger than others. When we were able to act together and fresh to the fight, these creatures were no threat. Now our injuries and separation leave us vulnerable. My people are resilient, but we're not immortal. There's one beast larger than all the others. That beast is making it difficult for the Haranir to return and recover.
Wild guide you well.
We all followed Erwena to these surface caves because we believed in what we were doing. But this, we did not bargain for so many injuries. So much dogged searching. For now, we just need a little breathing room. Slay the creatures up.
Farewell then.
So what am I looking at? It's dead. The mites are dead. Okay. I need to get up really quick before I continue. That's cool. When Haranir? Dang it! When? They didn't even confirm if they're really gonna do it or not. What if they're not even gonna add Haranir Shaman? Okay, let me get up really quick. I'll be right back. There might have been an accident. That's a good one. That was a pretty good one. Also, if you got that nice quest add-on already, I'd recommend getting Plumber as well. Oh, what's Plumber do? It says QOL features. Like what? Plumber. Wait. I didn't have this on my screen the whole time, did I? Did I forget to turn off Firefox? Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mount Maniac. Add a button to summon the required mount. Oh, that's for WoW Anniversary. It doesn't matter anymore. Track stackable items as if they were currencies. Holiday tokens are automatically tracked. Ooh! I already have a good bag add-on though. Leave buttons to the menu that appears when you right-click on a channel. Loot window. Loot items fast. Oh, I like the loot window. Talking head. Replace the talking head with a clean, headless one. Oh, I like the head on the talking head. I don't want to remove the head from it. I like the loot window though. I have Baginator for my bag. Hey Zep, did you watch the new Capitano Me from Hoya? No? Is it anime? No, I didn't know there was one. You also enjoy the head? Okay, I'll be right back. Are you for real right now? After the serious punishment you got earlier, you're really gonna do more bunarchy again? You didn't learn your lesson? Well, have I got news for you. Zeiss, who started it, and Demi and Lord Conga, I see you. Can a frog jump higher than a house? Of course, a house can't jump. Which vegetable has the best kung fu? Broccoli. Who won the neck decorating contest? It was a tie. Romaniac, thank you for the 5-month resub. Appreciate it. No. God. Critical damage. That's what you get for putting bunarchy in the chat when you should know better. Make it stop. We'll be good. See, that's what you always say after the fact. After you already had your little party. Because Zepla got up. Whoa, what's this crap? What's that? Oh, nature damage. Okay, what do they want me to do? They want me to kill the seeping creatures. Okay, I can do that. I'll bind it so it can't follow me. Alright. See, that's fun. That's another button I like pressing. The binding shot. That's neat. Okay, let's pull as many of these suckers as I can. Alright. Oh my god, I'm almost died. I'm almost dying. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, I put the tar trap. It's okay. It's okay. I got it. Okay, let's go click on the other flowers and see what the situation is. Strange flowers examined. I need 6. Oh, hey, there's the girl.
You are strange to me.
I haven't slept well in ages. How can I be at my full abilities if we're never stopping to rest?
Do not return. This time she's gone too far. Why won't she see that she will chase these visions forever?
So basically, Erwena is chasing the vision that she's seen. Who is her goddess, though? Is her goddess Heidelin? Like the crystal? I don't know. Do you want to mount? The person who wanted it never got back to me. Hell yeah! Yes, I want a mount. Which mount is it? You have a mount for me? Oh, I see the other, Heronir over there. Let me go help him.
What have the roots brought me? You didn't. We have too many injuries. We cannot last much longer. Come, Kaishe. Let us get back to the others and see to your wounds.
Where's the last? Oh, over here? Hey Zepla, I watched your Dawn Trail MSQ video. Thank you for making it. Hey, thanks for watching it. I dropped the game at the 8 pillars part. Oh my god. Really? That is so funny. So you also, like me, you also noticed that you were really in for it once you seen the part. That was my moment of realization when I'm like, oh. So this is how it's gonna be, isn't it? You actually dropped the game at that part. Holy crap. I'm thankful I did. Also wanted to know, you know, you're quite cute. Oh wow, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. The worm looked cool. Can it be tamed? I do not want to tame a worm. I do not want to tame a worm. They're creepy. No. But I do want to... Oh, there's a...
What do you want?
The man glares through rivulets of blood flowing down his face.
Do not return. I have had enough of this.
They're tired of this bullshit. Basically, they're bat people, so they don't want to leave their comfortable cave, which is highly relatable. They have gone up to these higher level caves, and they're not happy about it. At all. But if I heard a rumor that we're gonna get to go see their cave, like the lower one where they are actually living. That's what I heard. Okay, did I finish the quest? No, I'm 97% done. You know that I started doing archery in real life. I'm an archer. I'm a hunter IRL now. Well, I don't know if you can count me a hunter yet, but definitely archer. We get to see the lower cave.
Your path
Yes.
leads you deep, stranger.
That's all of us. I'm grateful. Those flowers you found are also odd. They seem to have corruptive properties and become something new. I have to dig into this more. We can't stop now. Not when we're so close. This could be the key to how we fight back.
May you lend your song to hers.
What is it?
Now we must deal with the crux of the issue. That is Arwena's everlasting determination to pursue this mission no matter the cost. It's time we had a talk.
Roots guide you home, stranger.
They're so mad about this
You have
mission.
come far, stranger.
I'm not blind. I know they're tired and weary, but we're so close to figuring out what we can do about the Black Blood. The importance of what we uncover goes beyond Hallowfall or the Nerubian Kingdom. There's so much more work if we are able to, if we are to find a solution. For now, let's withdraw and recover.
Perhaps we'll need to get you are safe. Come, we must recover before continuing our fight.
Continue. Orwena, we must retreat and speak.
They're done. They're gonna abandon her, man. They're like on their last... They have no patience left for this bullshit. Okay. Okay. Hydaelyn is Azeroth's world soul. Yes. Hydaelyn is here. Actually. Oh, that's a cute pet. It's a snail.
Yes.
There are things that are more important than this mission. We must take care of each other, even if it means leaving some questions unanswered. We've been through too much for what we've achieved.
Hanan, where are the others?
This was a mistake, Orwena. Coming here, revealing ourselves to the mortals, getting caught in their affairs. You've put us all in grave peril.
Our goddess is crying out for aid. How can we not answer?
We followed you and your visions this far, but we cannot break the Haranir's traditions any longer.
It is those very traditions that put our home at risk. You've seen the growing threats here, Hanan. We cannot give up now.
The others and I are returning to the cradle to seek forgiveness. You owe it to them to face the elders by their side.
Tell the elders that the fault is mine, and mine alone. I will face them in time, but for now, my path is here.
Then you will walk it alone. I do not understand your conviction, Orwena, but I do admire it. May the ancient roots of our people ever thrive beneath your steps.
Goodbye, Hanan.
Like, I get it. He has a responsibility to the tribe. They just can't keep going on and on forever. They are so cute, too. Okay, well...
I must press on. I must. If I do not, the black blood may consume all that I care about.
Is this the quest for the Kirin Tor? Am I crazy? This is right, isn't it? I think I'm just behind on this character, so I need to catch up. I mean, I'm glad because it's Haranir stuff, and I really like them. Which one do you want me to give it to, or do you want me to hold it? What was the mount again? That you got? For me? Man, I put a lot of hot sauce in that soup.
I cannot do this alone. Your aid is the only reason I can continue.
We were a family all on our own here, far away from home. I don't blame them for wanting a return, but I would blame myself if I gave up now.
Do not fear the dark.
Here's where I must focus. I'll enter a meditation to ask what I must do.
Let nature take its course. Goddess, grant me a vision of what I must do.
Yeah, her goddess is the freaking Azeroth itself. It's the last Titan, right? Is Azeroth
the drumming?
A rogue Titan?
The ringing, striking, and thunder from solid rock.
By the way, did you notice there's like a lot of gameplay between us finding shit out? You gotta work for it, right? You get a lore revelation. I feel like usually that's how it works in story games.
I understand what you want me to see.
Like you do a little fighting and then as a reward you get a lore reveal. Where is my Oh, there it is. Okay. That's my add-on that shows me the damage numbers. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Goddess, where must I go?
Cool.
Show me.
It's a green hand with the hammer.
I understand.
It's probably related to Undermined. The next patch.
Speak to me. I shall watch for you.
Meet me in the deeps. I will be in a form that allows me to hide and to listen without anyone noticing.
The vision. We are close. But I must remain unseen by the people there. Look for me in another form. At least I can honor one Heronier tradition.
Okay, but... Zepla, is the story in WoW about the NPCs and you're basically just watching them? Mostly, but actually in War Within, they started adding cutscenes where you, the player, are central. But in general, that's not the point. But what I was just thinking is, okay, she's just seen a vision, and I assume her goddess is Azeroth. She just seen a vision of what I assume is goblins drilling into a hole that she needs to get to, and I assume stop them. But why would the goblins be drilling? There's only one thing that they could be drilling for. Black blood. Right? To use it for their own ends. But if that's where she is, like if that's where...
Take one for a run before it's made.
If that's where Azeroth's heart is surrounded by black blood, could it mean that the blood is from her? It's from Azeroth? Like, is it Azeroth's corrupted blood that we will have to purify in some way? Definitely need a goblin on EU for the Undermine. I already have my goblin shaman for NA. Okay, where are we headed? That way. Man, also dragon riding really got spoiled. Sky riding it's called now. Got super spoiled on this. That's something I'm really, really hyped about in Undermined is the race cars. Fucking racing. Being fast. The ground mounts that have physics and are super, super, super fast. I think it's gonna be awesome. Also, I love goblin content in general. I feel like this game has always done a pretty good job of writing for goblins.
Get lost, you lump of rock. These items are now the property of Opportunity Acquisitions, where we acquire at every
There seem to be goblins everywhere now. I know.
Hey, pal. Nice timing. We got trouble brewing. I only deal with the best. Let me know if you need a crew.
Okay. There's something big happening at Opportunity Point, but it's hard to know what without getting closer to the people working there. I know Haxel's involved. We need his paperwork if we want to be able to ask around without trouble. Follow him, see if he's got anything on him. Don't worry about the mess. I know you're discreet when you need to be. And also not when you need to be.
This Haxel guy has the papers we need to set up close and see what they're up to.
Go.
I gotta go kill this guy.
Unseen. This must be what the vision's meant for us to do.
I'm a hit bun. Right now.
Back off. This job is mine. I paid good bribes for it. You'll never get to meet the
Big
You know
boss.
what? I don't think I've ever done a goblin quest in this game that was bad. In all the years that I've done. Because Zan, I thought, was really solid, even in Cataclysm. So... it's hard for me to imagine this patch going badly.
There you are. Did you get that permit? You buying or selling?
Got that work order? Yep.
Business is booming.
Perfect. Now anytime someone asks why we're here, we've got this. There's a lot more goblins here than I remember. Something's definitely going on.
There's reward.
There's a bunch of goblins outside of Opportunity Point. Heard some of them grumbling as they started their shift. Let's see what some friendly words shake loose. While you're out there, check out the used fuel drums. They wouldn't let me look inside the full drums, but they just dropped the used ones around the work site. Okay, we're gonna look for clues.
Keep an eye out for anything odd while you ask around. There's more here than they're letting on.
I saw many machines nearby, and all of them made dreadful noises. I cannot hear the one that I heard in the vision, though. Not clearly. Destroy the excess ones. Okay.
I will scout on my own. Good luck with your hunt.
Okay. Zepla. Games like this always, like, balance as a theme. So I've always kind of assumed that Azeroth is, like, the anti-Void Lords. It's what they've been searching to wipe out. Black blood is like it's a corrupted wound trying to heal from the first battle between Azeroth and the Void Lords, but it escaped. And hid as the core of our world. I'm thinking about that. Well, based on what happened with Magni, and being able to purify all of those earthen, it does make sense. But Azeroth doesn't seem to act like other Titans. So I don't know if Azeroth is really a Titan. Or, like we used to speculate on, an old god of some kind. I think Azeroth is something unique. The World Soul is something else. It's the Prime World Soul. Oh, I can't click. I can't loot that. Want to join for time walking? Oh, kinda. Yeah, but maybe in a bit, because I gotta do my quests first. I gotta do the quests. This is why Night Elf's so good. Drop aggro button. Amazing. Okay, need to listen to the workers. That's the quest.
Yeah? What do you want? You ever need any? Want to know what all the drilling's about?
It's voiced.
Oh, it's bigger than you can imagine.
It's voiced.
Huh, interesting. Keep asking around and I'll do the same. Keep your eyes open.
Cool.
Quickly, quickly! That new fuel is causing all sorts of problems. We didn't get hazard pay for experiments.
I told you that they are drilling that blood. I knew it. Because they're so crazy. The goblins.
You're looking at me. Do not get on Galley. I wanted less work for more pay. Instead, I got busted machines and overtime. Who runs a site like this?
You do, apparently. Well, your superiors. They also said with Undermine, I remember in an interview, or it was a dev panel or something like that. They said that they wanted Undermine to go into the goblin lore and stuff more deeply than just jokey shit like they always do with goblins. Usually it's just like jokes and explosions, and honestly, I'm here for it. I like that. But it was good to hear them say...
No loitering. Whatever that means. If you really want to know what's going on,
They're gonna
the
go
foreman
deep.
keeps all the orders in his office.
Mm-hmm. Also, it makes complete sense that, like, tired workers would just tell you what to do if you wanted to investigate. I'm really excited for Undermine. Oh my god. Ah! Yeah, we got blood coming out of the fuel drums. I think another thing I'm looking forward to with the raid is that it feels really unique. Seems really unique compared to what we've seen before. Okay. I still need to fix the excavators. Oh, I haven't done any of that. There is other people doing it. Other people kill them before I can. Okay, here's one. This is popular right now. According to the cosmology chart, all the forces come from her. Oh, really? Oh, so Azeroth is at the center of the cosmology chart? Is that what they mean by the prime world soul? But does this eliminate the possibility of a multiverse? Well, not necessarily. Okay, we need one more. These things are getting killed by other people faster than... Oh, there, I think I see one over there. Okay. Okay. Now we can go. I think you'll like the Kirin Tor story. Oh, really? Well, we're getting to it. We've got an intel problem, but we've also got a clank problem. If you look over there, there's a big haywire mech that's just going crazy. There's no way anyone's gonna uncover anything while that's out in the field. Okay. Oh, I see it. True. Let's take care of it.
Little help? That kind of bit off more than I can chew.
I use bloodlust.
Die, foul machine.
What?
Actually, that's true. We already have the multiverse because of the Bronze Flight. Yeah, they've already confirmed that.
There's no going back now.
That's true.
Small green one. I propose an exchange of information.
Oh my god, but I want the...
The surprise is never ending.
I want to get in there and get the thing.
Back at Opportunity Point.
I can't. He says, no mooks allowed. Heck. Maybe I can stealth? No. That didn't work. Okay, well, whatever. I can't attack him either. The center of the cosmology chart is reality. It does not say Azeroth, though. Oh. That makes more sense.
Spill it, Renzik. What's an SI-7 agent doing down here?
Okay. Oh, you get to test out being a Hair-eared druid? Hmm. Okay, so this is... Listen, speed, and stealth. I'll listen.
Man, I've got all my money
voice.
tied up in this venture. No, not that venture. Are you crazy?
Okay. The venture company, but they are the craziest ones.
Hardly working. Definitely.
That's nothing. So this is kind of fun and different type of quest, don't you think?
Oof, I just realized I'm afraid of heights.
Some people have interesting things to say. Other people are just blabbing about random stuff. Oh my god, I'm being attacked. Oh my god, I'm being attacked. I'm gonna die. Okay, there's the next one I'm supposed to listen in on. I'm stealth. There are mechanics.
The real opportunity is on the other side of that wall.
Is that what
I
she's
saw
seen?
little of use when observing the other goblins, but I heard things coming from the wall.
Oh god, I have like 1 HP left.
It sounded like the earth ground itself to nothing.
Crap.
What manner of machine does this?
Okay, I made it.
Next, I went searching for you, friend. I found you outside the building.
Keys? Maybe in a bit. I'm doing story now. Okay. Let's go. I barely survived that. Oh! Oh no, it's okay. It doesn't do damage. It's just... Oh my god. They explode and stun you.
While
Probably
you
should
fought
be
the
avoiding
machine, I witnessed something inside.
No, I didn't see which mount it was. Eldrazi.
Look, pal. The only opportunity here is the one I gave you. Big things are coming. And if you want to be part of it, you better fall in line. Jaster Gallywix is back in business.
I hope we get a chance to take down Gallywix.
Gallywix? Oh, without the Bilgewater cartel,
He sucks.
they shouldn't have the resources for an operation here.
Gallywix is back, making deals and making trouble. Things have changed. What a butthole.
Plenty more where that
So,
came
Gallywix has chosen to show his ugly face here, and it looks like he got himself organized. Let's tell
I must
Ilarian.
follow my visions. Follow this calling. Until I have found what the goddess wants me to see.
Looks like we're on the same path. Join us on the surface, and maybe you can get some help from your new friends.
Friends.
I'm gonna keep looking for the source of those sounds. And Bilgewater, don't forget about your people while you're off saving the world. Okay. Bye. I got this Hearthstone effect from the Centaur in Dragonflight. I still wanted to get Tyvon. That's a big goal I have. Tyvon mount the big boy doggo. Apparently it's pretty hard. Achievement. Bobby's back.
And that's what's happening. Gallywix is back in business, and that ain't good for no one.
Although I have a feeling about that this Orwena will not give up her secrets easily. I should be patient. I'm sure that we will find common ground eventually.
Our mysterious ally returns. You slipped away last time, before we could thank you.
Okay.
That is our way. It was my way. But my visions have put me on another path. I was told your people share these visions.
If you want to talk about visions, I know just the dwarf.
Magni. Yeah, that's the person that you should talk to. He also has been in communication with Azeroth. Let's go. Okay. Speaker. Champion.
I'm ready for anything.
Okay.
We must forge ahead. Azeroth depends. Well, best be setting sail to Ironforge. No sense in dawdling.
Wait.
Are you sure about staying Dagran? You could return home with us and study there.
I'm sure, Ma. There's still so much knowledge here, yet to be discovered.
And knowing you, you'll find it all. Keep out of trouble. And make sure Brinth always knows where you are.
Yes, Mum.
And who is this?
I am called Orwena.
Kipo, move away.
I've been told you too
Go
have
stand
heard
over
the
there.
voice of the goddess.
Goddess? You mean Azeroth? Aye, I was her speaker for many years, but she's let me go from that service.
Her voice has led me far from my home, seeking a truth I know she wishes to reveal. But my kin, they do not understand.
Aye, it can be lonely following a path that others can't see. But don't make the same mistake I did. Putting it all on yourself. Look for those who will walk the path with you. If I've learned anything, it's that we'll always need each other to not lose ourselves on the journey.
You are kind, Magni. I will consider your words carefully.
It's hard for her
Best of
though,
luck to you,
because
Orwena. One day,
her friends
when you
left.
find what you're looking for, I hope you too find your way home.
she needs to make new friends. AKA let Haranir join the freaking players. But wait, that wouldn't make sense at this point, would it? Because they don't want to leave their little cave. So, but later. Okay, but later. Now I can do this other one. Survivor's Guilt. I think that's the Kirin Tor one that you were talking about. Oh my god. No. Because I have to finish the campaign on this character before I can do that. It's not this one. Yeah, there's pre-reg.
And somehow
it's
your
not
path
this.
led to me.
This is for the Siren Isle. Shit. Well, I could skip a. Yeah, that's an option. wonder why I haven't finished on this character. I know I did it, but it was on a different character. It was probably on my shaman. My night elf shaman character. Mm-hmm. When Magni lost his diamond shell, I was like, boy, very close that.
The ruins of Dalaran hold more than just debris.
Azeroth
They conceal invaluable arcane tomes. Our mission is to retrieve them before they're lost to history.
Oh my god.
Fly high, strike true.
Okay.
This
I mean, this should be pretty quick.
It follows your directive
Right?
still.
Follows is a strong word.
This shouldn't take too long.
Appeared. You knew Baelgrim.
But
And you know the Stormrooks. Then you were a storm.
maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
Cycles upon cycles ago. Yes.
Work cycle resuming. Sorry, I have not seen it.
You think it should be quick?
And I walked all over this site, except for the towers. Heights are not for me.
I mean, this has to be done.
Really good daydream. No, my curiosity ends.
I've done
when I
this a
found
couple of
something
times.
Dead in the main tower.
You're supposed to pick up clues. But I did this already. It's MSQ. Right, it's MSQ. So, like, you have to do this part first, but it's not like account-wide progress. Hey. If I did this already, let me just check. Maybe I can just pick it up immediately on my shaman. I'll go check. I will have to do this at some point. On both. Yeah, let me check. Night Elf Shaman. Yeah. I made a video about that on my WoW channel. That was really stupid. My overwhelming desire to be Night Elf Shaman. Okay. Let's check the shaman. But instead she's Draenei. I thought it lets you skip if you already finished it once on your account. Not always. Sometimes they do. It kind of depends on what the quest is. Like there's certain ones where they've added skips. Like for the Maw and like intro to Dornagal. But I think there's not one for this. Hello. Takes forever. To load. God. It's stuck. What if I can't? Okay, it's going. Okay, it's going. If you have arachnophobia mode, you still have to look at this loading screen. It's scary. Okay. Ah!
You have my... I will see you in the archive.
Begin speaking. What is your command?
Let me see. This is Lingering Shadows, which is not it. That's what I just freaking did. Oh my god. Did I make a huge mistake right now? Did I just make a massive mistake? Because... No, because there's no Khadgar. here. Which character did it? Do you know? What's the character that did it? Well, let me go check my vault while I'm on here. Sure, I did some stuff. Bing, bing. Night elf, but not sure which class. Ooh, 610 mythic plus crit mastery shoulders. That's nice. That's nice. That's an upgrade. I got +3 grim butthole as well. Not too bad. Okay. Let me check. Which would be the most likely for me to do it on? At this rate, it's better to just finish the damn story on the hunter. You know, just do it. Just blast through it. Skippa. I got too many characters. I think I only helped Khadgar on NA, but I didn't do it for EU. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. I'll check the druid. Those quests are kind of cool. Yeah. The quests are kind of cool. Where the hell am I? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm on a flight? What? Where are we going? Well, I can just check the log. War Within. 0 out of 5 chapters. No, okay, she hasn't done it. My main is EU. That's what's so confusing. Maybe the evoker did it. All buttholes are grim. It's true. Might as well check the evoker. Okay. No. She did it. Shit. Basically, I'm screwed. Basically, I'm screwed, and I just have to do this story. Like, I would just finish it. I need to speedrun it on the hunter. Correct. That's the plan of action. I had my Taran shaman. Maybe he was the one. But I don't know. I need to do it on EU regardless. Let's clear this crap out. Okay, Conduit of the Southern Storm. It says I need I think it was in the box right here. It's a very shaman-coded expansion. Okay. Oh, crap! I fell. I fell and I didn't get it. Let's go back up. I fell off. Open the chest. Okay. Got it that time.
You think I can summon the storm rooks?
Affirmative.
Okay.
If we can get you and the conduit to the peak.
But wait a minute.
We'll fly ahead and prepare.
Wasn't this required to unlock Earthen?
Where is your storm rook?
Gone.
Oh. Well, ride Shalbendri with me. She's strong enough to carry us
Like,
both.
I unlocked Earthen for sure. So if this was required for Earthen, then it must have happened. Oh, I finished it on my warrior. Oh. Okay. Which warrior? You're not gonna believe this, but I have a few. Was it the one I changed into a dragon? Probably. You know, the one called Zepla. Oh, yeah, that narrows it down. I think this one I changed into a Drakthir. Yeah, I did. Once that became possible.
There's no need to hurry. But if you wouldn't mind hurrying anyway.
Did you happen to find anything?
Sag. This is my warrior. Wow, she looks really cool, I gotta say. Okay. All these people logging in to the anniversary area. Being sad. Okay. It says, accept the quest Lingering Shadows. Does that mean that what I think it means? Yes, I think it does. There's Khadgar. But there's just a problem. Would you like my transmog? Thank you. I love how cool these horns look with armor on. The armor with these giant horns is so badass. It's such a great look. Plate armor. But there's a problem. Okay, now it's asking me to freaking replay what I just
Know your target.
did.
Find the path to victory.
Someone named Mahjong says hello. Hi. Hi, what's up? What's their name? Guild invite? Yeah, I can invite. Well, it's either redo the Lingering Shadows or max level MSQ. You think if I skip Lingering, it's gonna be quick? Yeah, I think so. This was really fast.
Has been forced to retreat, but she and the Black Blood are still out there. Even now, it lingers in Hallowfall.
This is gonna be faster.
Long after our last battle. Please investigate it further.
Yeah, we're gonna speed run it. Zep, have you ever been to Borealis? Of course. It is my favorite as well.
Since the decimation of our armada, we have suffered with its complement of cannons. It can... Wait. Who are those intruders? I search each day for a winning strategy.
Probably hasn't been relevant after BFA. I love Borealis, and Borealis is actually a big reason why I like being Alliance when given the choice. It's just one of the most beautiful cities, and it's very convenient. I mean, you can really use any city that you want to. Borealis has some convenient portals. With how low the Hearthstone is, and like you have Dalaran, Hearthstone, you have Garrison, Hearthstone. You know, there's other ways to move around the world.
Do not lose hope, Anon.
Okay, we are gonna speedrun this.
I have seen it.
But
You hail from above.
This is not the time for visions, Orwena. Our people need help right now.
And help has arrived.
I forgot how to play.
We can still see this through.
Warrior. Yeah. I mean, it can't be that hard. Especially Prot. It's literally just ignore pain and thunderclap. That's it. Okay. Well, we need to evacuate the Heron here. Let's do that. We'll get everything else on the way.
Stranger, I have had enough of this.
Well, where's my buff? There we go. People still play retail? No. No. All Borealis and Dazzler Allure need our auction house to be fully functioning capitals. Well, I can put an auction house anywhere I want now. But that option is now gone, which is insane. I hope you got your chance. I hope you already took advantage of that opportunity. But if you had the gold for it or the credit card, I cannot believe that not only did they have the audacity to charge $100 for this. Really, what the issue isn't that. So, well, it's part of it, but it's not so much as the issue of it being a limited time. They actually made it limited
I
time.
do not know you.
This
That's
time
so
she's gone too
crazy.
far. Why won't she see that she will chase these visions forever?
It's so crazy they made it limited. Like, in my mind, if you're willing to spend
We cannot last much longer.
$100
Let us get back to the others and see to your wounds.
on the mount, it should always be available. You should always have that option. That was really the part that sucked the most. You paid $150 for it? Dang, I say to that. Man, I don't know about all her shouting. I don't know if I like that. She's very, very noisy. Like, she shouts way too much. The FOMO is crazy that they did. Sorry, I don't have FOMO for ridiculously stupid purchases. I like that mount. Well, I'm glad that you were able to be immune to the temptation. I myself was not immune to the temptation at all. They got me. That's why I can't even complain. Because I'm part of the problem. I know this. Okay. What I got. It's been convenient. I will say I've enjoyed it every time I got to use it. But okay, 5% should be enough just from these. That's how everyone was at the time, though. Everyone was complaining about it, but then there's so many people that got it. Like, Dornagal, I remember the day it came out, it was a flood.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
What is it?
Of Brutosaurus. Shop boys.
Brought us. You are safe. Come, we must recover before continuing our fight.
Okay.
Continue. But Rowena, we must retreat and speak.
Oh, I need to do the world boss as well. Shame. I mean, look. This doesn't excuse it, but over the years, I've spent an ungodly amount of money on World of Warcraft. Between character changes, when that used to be a thing, appearance change was paid at one point. Between that, server transfers. Well, now we have the race changes. Those I've spent tons of money on. Like, I'm in no way. At no point could I take a high ground about that issue, if I'm being honest. Do people still spit on players using store mounts? Did you know they actually removed the spit emote? So no. No. I'm glad. I mean, I'm not glad that they were forced to remove the spit emote, but I feel like this was just such a childish thing to do. To people.
I cannot do
This is like,
alone.
this is why we can't have
Your
nice
aid
things.
is the only reason I can continue. So, Goddess, grant me a vision of what I must do.
But then again, it's like, I can't imagine being offended by someone doing an emote on my character.
No.
At the same time.
The ringing, striking, and thunder
Like, it's
from
a
solid rock.
it's an in-game emote. It doesn't. It's not like you're really getting spit on. It's a game. It's not real. Okay. They're gonna do whatever the fuck they want with their
I do not
emote.
understand what you want me to see.
But people really got upset. They really get mad. Terrifying vision. This isn't that terrifying of a vision. It's really not.
Goddess,
Talk to an emote god.
where must I go?
I don't want to think about how much I spent on this game over the last 20 years.
Show me.
It's horrible. Like whenever they release, they put a sale. Let's see if I can. Is there anything different I can see this time? They're drilling for that blood. Trying to get that blood.
I understand.
I understand.
The roots brought us both. The vision. We are close. But I must remain unseen by the people there.
Going to Ringing Deeps. Okay. I'll go. Fly there. Lazily. Because we're speedrunning this. Whee! It's my Plunderstorm mount.
Get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
Alright. PvPers were toxic during vanilla. Yes. The Brutus, I try to only get mounts and stuff I want if they're bundled and on sale, but the Brutosaur was the exception. Only because it was limited and convenient. In FF14, being spit on might be mandatory. Ah! I'm not reading that! I'm not reading that, that's nasty. God. New emote in shop. Hawk Tua gives the spit emote back for $25. Spit got removed when they did their overcorrecting during the lawsuits. Yes, it was another... That was when they turned the women into fruit. They really did me dirty with my female goblin jokes that they removed. I think one day we listened to all the jokes that got removed here on stream. I don't know if we ever uploaded that, but it was hilarious. Like some of the stuff they removed, I listened back and I was like, okay, that really needed to go. Even for me, I felt like, holy shit. I was shocked by some of the things that used to be in the game. And I feel like I'm hard to shock, but you, dude, some of it. Most of them I wish that they had kept, like most of my female goblin jokes shouldn't have been removed. A lot of shouldn't have been removed. But some were very much, very, very questionable. Yeah. It's sad. Never forget what we lost. Ah. And yet, if you played a new DK... Oh yeah, NPCs get to... Do the NPCs still spit on you? Spit was removed at the start of COVID. Are you telling me that they were really just trying to promote healthy hygiene? Not trying to encourage COVID spreading behavior? I mean...
Get lost, you lump of rock. These items are now the property of Opportunity Acquisitions. Where we...
Hey, pal. Nice
Let's
timing.
do it.
We got trouble brewing.
I know. God.
This Haxel guy has the papers we need
I've been
to
doing
set up
this for
close
hours.
and see what they're up to.
I feel like I'm in a Groundhog Day scenario right now.
Go.
Back off. This job is mine. I paid good bribes for it.
I kind of feel bad about killing this guy for his paper so I can steal.
Big boss.
Right? That's unethical. What I just did. It was a little
There you
unethical.
are. Did you get that permit? Let me know if you need. Keep an eye
Okay.
out for anything odd while you.
I will scout on my own. Good luck with your hunt.
Just ask the workers like before.
Yeah? What do you want? I wanted less work for more pay. Instead, I got busted machines and overtime. Who wants a
You want to know what all the drilling's about?
Huh, interesting. Keep asking around,
Yes.
and I'll do the same. Keep your eyes open.
Security, if you really want to know what's going on, the foreman keeps all the orders in his office.
Wait a minute. Do I need to attack these bloods, or can I just... you know, fly off as a Dracthyr? No. No. Being a Dracthyr is actually really cool because you can fly with your own wings. Like you don't need a mount. You're a freaking dragon. I'm so glad that they changed this. And they made it like work like real dragon riding anytime you want to do it. That's so immersive and fun. Yeah. Female Worgen and Taran. What was that one? Okay.
Don't waste my time. That new fuel is causing all sorts of problems. We didn't get hazard pay for experiments.
I do think changing the warrior into Dracthyr was a solid idea. But still sad you can't use your armor properly. Though I have hopium that they'll change that at some point. They have a tendency to fix these kinds of things, at least lately, that people complain a lot about. Eep. I need to go to Siren Isle so I can just go buy better gear, because this character probably is really shit gear too. 583, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Does that mean doing a spit take for comedy is illegal? Yes, it's illegal. And it's wrong. Yeah, you can't do that. No comedy is allowed. How much time do we have until Undermine is out? Do you know? I thought it's gonna be like in a month or two. There should be a good bit of time still. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing 2 more excavators. Haywire excavators. Okay. Okay, one more. There it is. Okay. Poor demon hunters will never know that joy. That's so sad. Honestly, let demon hunters do it. Let monks do it. They should also let Moonkin flap. Okay, well maybe not. Moonkin doesn't make sense as being a... Like, that's a flightless bird. Okay. Okay. This guy's missing VA. Renzik? I wonder why. What's the reason?
Little help? That kind of bit off more than I can chew.
Die, foul machine.
What? Who are you? What are you?
Plunderstorm starts next week. Oh, really? Next week? Well, heck.
There is no going back now. Small green one. I propose an exchange.
So it's the end of
information.
February. Okay.
Spell it, Renzik. What's an SI-7 agent doing down here?
Alright, so I had a problem doing this quest the first time. Did I hear goblins?
I just realized I'm afraid of heights.
Okay.
Hardly working. Definitely.
Okay, next.
And I've got all my money tied up in this venture. No, not that venture. Are you crazy?
Okay.
The real opportunity is on the other side of that wall.
I saw little of use when observing the other goblins, but I heard things coming from the wall.
Okay.
It sounded like the earth ground itself to nothing. What manner of machine does this?
I think this is pretty varied and
Next,
interesting
I went
quest
searching
design.
for you, friend.
Really.
I found you outside the building.
This is fun. These things are like expanding and you need to avoid them as you go to the next spot or you're gonna
While
get
you
stunned.
fought the machine, I witnessed something inside.
Look, pal, the only opportunity here is the one I gave you. Big things are coming, and if you want to be part of it, you better fall in line. Master Gallywix is back in business.
Gallywix?
I don't know why I watched that again.
Without the Bilgewater
Because I've just
cartel,
seen it.
they shouldn't have the resources for it.
I must follow my visions.
Okay. I'm gonna teleport.
Looks like we're on the same path. Join us on the surface, and maybe
I'm on
you
my
can
way
get
back.
some help from your new friends.
Beep, beep, beep. Wings are too hard. Then Dractyr happened. Yeah, I really wish they'd let Demon Hunters do it. But are you gonna do Plunderstorm next week? Oh, I have a great vault stuff from like 1,000,000 years ago. Wait, this portal, I didn't heart the Dornagal? Valdraken. Valdraken is definitely one of the best cities. It's up there with Borealis. I think it's one of, it's on par with Borealis. I really, really like it. Fantastic city. It was a great expansion. I enjoyed Dragonfly so much. That was when I first started to experience hope for the game and feeling like the game was really getting better. And doing War Within showed me that it's actually good, and I can trust the devs.
And that's what's happening.
They
Gallywix is
They
back
earned
in
my
business,
trust back.
and that ain't good for no one.
Our mysterious ally returns. You slipped away last time, before we could thank you.
That is our way. It was my way. But my visions have put me on another path.
Damn, Zepla.
I was told your people
You switch
share
between
these
MMORPGs
visions.
every hour. No, I'm not.
If you want to talk about visions,
I'm literally just
I know
playing
just
WoW.
the dwarf.
Sometimes I'll do FF to check in with people, but I'm doing a lot of WoW. Man, I've got kind of a headache. I'm gonna go get some headache medicine. My head is killing me. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. And I noticed... Oh. Okay. I noticed there was some butarchy while I was gone. Yeah. I noticed that you even tried to stop yourself, but you just couldn't help yourself. So... did you hear about the guy who went to the doctor for a headache? The doctor examined his ear and found money. The doctor kept pulling and pulling it out until he had $1,999. And then the doctor said, "No wonder you're not feeling too grand." Yeah. Yeah, I think I might do it tomorrow. Actually, because I have a pretty bad headache. I took some medicine for it, but it really hurts. So I think I might just do this tomorrow while I'm fresh. Yeah, I think that's a better idea, because I'm like, it's very distracting. I'm getting a bunch of headaches this week, which is unusual for me, but who knows. Yeah, I might just get some rest. The pun literally killed the stream. Yeah. You look terrible, Zep. Go take a break. Thanks, Eyes. It's all the punishment. I know. Well, tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow is gonna be pretty chill day as well, so I'll see you tomorrow. If there is videos you'd like me to react to and stuff at the start of the stream, put that in our react content suggestions channel and I'll look over it, so we'll like see, you know, it's not a guarantee, but it's like more likely that we'll watch it if you put it in there in our Discord server. It's discord.gg/suphq. If you're looking for a guild to join in World of Warcraft, we would love to have you in only buns. Any bun is welcome. All you need to do is search for us in the guild finder. We are on EU and NA. Doesn't matter what server you're on. Doesn't matter Horde or Alliance at all. You are more than welcome to join. If you can't find us in the guild finder, join our Discord and tell us your region, character name, and server name, and an officer will invite you to the guild ASAP. So yeah, hop on in. Hop on in. Love to have you. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, maybe it's actually because of my swimming. Yeah, something for your neck. A muscle rub. A lot of stress can go to the neck and cause headaches. Oh my god, maybe. Because I started swimming and I have a lot of tension and stuff in my, my arms and an entire body. Oh. It's like, if you exercise and then you sit still for a long time, it can cause some problems. It can cause some like aches and stuff. So that's possible. But I had a lot of fun today. It was really, it's always a good time to hang out here and play games with y'all. So I will see you tomorrow morning. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you in game and on Discord. Bye.